Well, hello everyone. Hang on, I just got to retweet that what Galaxy just sent there. Good morning. How's everybody doing? Everybody have a good weekend? Hey, this is awesome. All right, cool. Excellent. You have been retweet. Okay. How's everybody doing? Buzz. Oh, that was fast. I mean, getting on a train when you had a perfectly good car? Oh. Well, here, let me provide you with some context. My phone. I left my phone on the train. Okay, Dad. I left my phone on the train. It's an SD40. Yeah, that's right, Chief. And dude, these CSX hopper cars are like $17 on Amazon a pop. So I bought 4. It was a dumb decision, but also worth it for the joke. Needs more steam, bro. SD40 though. DCC? Chief, you know what, man? I don't know the difference. I don't know what that means. Oh boy. Yeah, dude, model train cars are expensive, drummer. Yeah. For a single SD45, I mean, hang on. Or is it's an SD40-2. Yeah, here, hold on. Electromotor division. So it's one of those guys. It's a good locomotive. That dude, that's one of my like originals, dude. That one is I bought that in the 90s, dude. That Conrail locomotive. I know because it's got a Conrail logo on it. And I wanted it because they used to operate SD45s on the, or SD40-2s on the line that's near my house. It's the Framingham Worcester line, or that was near my house. I don't live near that no more. Because that's a locomotive that I always saw, so I wanted it. It's a great locomotive. Conrail blue is the best kind of blue. Dude, it's almost NASA blue. It's close. And then I got some CSX consists because CSX is what operates up here. You can, Tessa. Yeah, they're around. DC train moves by increasing and decreasing power. DCC is digital with sound. No, that's straight. That's old school, man. Just transformer and that's it. Yeah, this is all analog, guys. I don't... Model trains... I honestly think it is cheaper for to like build automobiles than it is for model trains. Model trains are expensive. Like, super expensive. Yeah. Privetchinar. What's up, man? That's why old people do it. Yeah. 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 Dude, it is. That stuff gets expensive real fast. But anyway, yeah, I need more consists. But, well, yeah, Facebook Marketplace and eBay are good. My wallet begs to differ. Yeah. Yeah. We're going to watch the Virgin Launcher 1? Nah, I don't like rockets anymore. We're playing Minecraft. I've decided just now. We'll play Minecraft for a little bit, and then we will. Best blue is BHP iron ore AC. No, you know what? The best blue on a locomotive is Boston and Maine blue. Okay? Alright, see? See? Boston and Maine blue. Yeah, see? Look at that. Boston and Maine. You spent $400 on an HO scale for a big boy. Yeah, they're they're expensive, dude. Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's get to it. Let's take a look at the map. Ooh, speaking of trains, I like trains. I mean, Tessa, I don't want any British consists on the tracks for continuity's sake. Not that it's bad. If you can find American stuff over there for a good price, sure. You're in Astana for a week already because of mobilization in Belarus rumors. Had to flee together with 12 men from the company. At least till the end of January. I had to leave the family behind, so it's terrible. Yeah, dude, get out. Get out. You don't do that. Bad idea. What you did is a good idea. Don't do that. Good call. Good call, man. Please stay safe. Don't. Is all that hand built in Minecraft? Yep. Well, Shinar, I'm glad you're all right, dude. You leave your family behind. Jesus Christ. Oh boy. Anyway, let's get to it. But at least I had an interesting vehicle for flying. Huh. Whoa. Oh, hey, that's kind of cool. A World of Tanks plane. That's awesome. Do you have any of those model railroad museum with giant builds around Boston? Yeah, Falco, they're around, dude. Chief, what's that? Well, it's all right. That's a big locomotive. Hammond's up and tweeting now, pretty awesome. Yes, he is, but also frick the Bills. But yes, he is, and that's good. But also, frick the Bills. Yeah. City's looking good. Thanks. Yeah, it's coming.
Discovery,
Neat.
go at throttle up.
94-month reset. Dude, did you see the, hold on. Tori Bruno's Twitter has been straight fire lately. That one was brand new. They're wrapping up Vulcan for shipping, which is just sweet. And then, oh God. This makes me feel things. It's not the Bills' fault the Patriots are now terrible. Oh my God, I'm going to use that against you later. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That's going to be awesome later. Oh, it's not my fault you guys suck. Yeah, no, I could have been saying that for the past 20 years about everybody else. It's not my fault you suck. Enjoy it while it lasts. Ooh, that is a big boy. The Lions, though. Dude, that was a great game. Unlike you, I've accepted that the Redskins are terrible. Yeah, they are. Yeah. Yeah. It's not my fault your team sucks. See, I told you. Didn't think I'd have to cash that chip in that soon, but... Alright, cool. The Giga Chad RL10, that's right. That's right. Alright, what were we up to? We were working on the highway. That's what we were doing. We filled in... Screw the Packers. If the Lions can't make it, neither can they. Dude, I can't believe that. I can't believe the Pack choked. That sucks. Oh, that made me happy. Alright, let's take a look around the city. Let's head back that way. Take a look around. Look around! I've got a lots of junk. Yeah, 49ers are hot right now. For sure. For sure. Credits will do fun. No, they won't! Credits will do fun. No, they won't! 49ers are pretty good. I think they'll win it, to be honest with you. How about them Pats? Yeah, well, Bills needed a couple acts of God there to win the game, Taradra, so it's good. It's good. What's going on here? Good old ref ball. No, Muffin, Hellfish is right. The Patriots are trash. They're really not good. We got some problems that we need to fix, but I think that seems about right, Hellfish. I mean, look, the Patriots aren't good, guys, but like I said, Bills needed two acts of freaking God, 2 punt returns for a touchdown, for touchdowns, 2 acts of God. That is extremely rare. If I were the Bills, I'm not gonna say you'd be worried, but if I were the Bills, I would really want to make sure that you don't rely on miraculous plays like that to win. Don't get me wrong, they're great, they're awesome, they're really, really good. But yeah, that's what I'd be saying. Like, enjoy the victory, but guys, Patriots aren't that good, and they almost beat you. Pat special teams are incredibly bad. That's what I mean, dude. You can't in Hellfish. Like, I'm not trying to take the Bills down a peg or two. I like Josh Allen. I want them to win. Frick them, but you know, they work hard. They play hard, dude. But also at the same time, you're gonna let one team. You can't rely on that to get you points. And I don't think that they will, but that's just something to note. Because if you can squeak by with the Patriots from 2 miraculous plays, you'll get railed by another team. Yeah, Muffin, it's all... Yeah, we're all screwed up. Alright, let's take a look around. As long as the Cowboys don't win, I'll be happy. Just glad my Steelers didn't earn a one-way trip to Buffalo for a beatdown. Blue, they're good, man, but they're good, but they're, you know, like I said, look, Mac Jones picked them apart pretty well. I mean, at the end we were kind of getting a little desperate, and that's why he had 3 picks, but as long as the Browns aren't 0-16, that's a W. Yeah, and freaking Seahawks and Pete Carroll weaseled their way into the playoffs again. Yeah, I did. Yeah, Sevy. It was good stuff. Dude, there's a lot of good games this weekend. Really good. Yeah, I'm not a fan. Need backup. Yeah, I switched Minecraft to Mondays because I don't play on Saturday. I don't stream much on Saturday. Except for GTA Racing. So... The Jets-Dolphins game looked like a baseball game. NFC North isn't that good. You're just mad because your team didn't make it? I'm not, Likes. I'm mad because you eliminated the Lions. With your weasel plays. Pico's a little weasel. A little weasel. You weaseled your way into the playoffs. The Lions claw their way into the playoffs, and you guys are one and done, man. One and done. Calling it now. That Morikawa finish in the Century Champions. I didn't watch it, Joe. All right. So what are you building today? I think that Minnesota's a paper tiger. There, I said it. I honestly, I think they got some serious problems. All right, let's. What do we see? See anything new? As a lifelong Chicago area resident, I'm glad I'm not a sports fan. Yeah, Genesis, they're, like I said, they're going to get railed by San Francisco or somebody in the playoffs. Let's see. Ooh, his game collapsed on the back nine. Joe, that's golf, dude. That's golf. You can be on top of the world, and it's so freaking easy, and you par and you birdie and you eagle every hole, and then one bad one, and then you're just done. That's how it rolls, man. So what teams are going to play in the Super Bowl? I think the Bills are going to make it into the Super Bowl. Bills and the 49ers, I think. How about that Brad Marchand unsportsmanlike conduct penalty? It's Marchand. What are you expecting? But they did the Bees did just absolutely thrash on the they absolutely thrashed on the Ducks. It's kind of funny, actually. I think might be a good day to do today might be a good day to do a couple speed builds. We can do more speed building like this. It's all mined and built, Car Toys. Everything here is done in survival, guys. Everything. Yep, it's all mined out. This is all done in survival. I actually saw World working over on the docks. Let me go see what's going on over there. I'm just bummed Seattle managed to make the Lions win meaningless. They stuck it to the Packers, but yeah, I'm kind of with you on that one. I can't quite believe it. Airbus called back. They want me on their satellite laser communications internship. Magnifique! Very good, man. Black Raptor, 94 months. Happy New Year. Wish you the best. Thank you. Do you have any tips or specific people to watch when it comes to transfers between planets in KSP? Have ever been past the moon and would love to explore the outer planets? Yeah, sure. There's the Vessel Window Planner 9th that you don't need a tutorial or anything. The Vessel Window Planner is basically good. You remember, it's just another home in transfer. That's all. Just got to make sure the planets are in the right phasing. Easy peasy. Yeah, it looks good. I'm glad, man. Here, let me see. Vessel Window Planner. Here, 9th. Look at this one. So, you want to go from 100-kilometer Kerbin to 100-kilometer Duna. Set your departure date and then plot it, and it'll show you the most efficient departure date, when you should leave, your phase angle, ejection angle. Easy peasy stuff, dude. This will tell you everything you need to know. Right there. So, yeah, jump in on there and go from there and see where it takes you. Oh, World, we have another Stena, I see. Ah. Yep. Very good utility. I feel bad, but I don't. It's not like it's rockets. Oh. Oh, World, this looks great, man. Kind of sucks that Blue scrapped the ship, though. Ooh. Ooh. Oh. Next part of your station trust segment is up. Looks good, man. Yeah, Hellness, mine does the same thing, dude. It is what it is. I ain't too worried. Tank. He said tank. Nice. Alright, not nice. Cool. Alright. Leave the poor cat alone? I am! I'm not touching the damn cat. You know what? We've been working on the highway the past couple of weeks in Minecraft. I think we should build out... I want to build out some of this today. Build out some of that square. Let's head that way. I'll get my construction supplies. Did you see the crate engine for sale in Discord? Brand new GT500 engine. I did. It's a brand new GT500 engine that costs 20 G's. I don't have 20 G's. Sneaky! Sneaky! You're a square. Oh, you got me. I know I am, because I'm playing Minecraft, you moron. Everything's a square in this game. What are you, dumb? Oh, it'd be sweet, Alphys. Yeah, that'd be sweet. Yeah, that was World Killer's intermodal. Let me check this out. Yeah, World did a just disgustingly good job on this. Not a fan of those flags, though, but that's okay. The A320 is better than a 737? Yeah. Yeah. No, it's not. Alright. Ah! Crap. You guys broke it. You still have some rich energy cans left? Want it? No, I'm good. I'm good, man. I don't want that. Well, this is definitely Lower Whacker Drive. My calculations are correct. We should be right next to the Honorary Richard J. Daley Plaza. That's where they got that Picasso. Yep. Fix a cigarette lighter. haven't watched Cleet's new video. Yep. Because it belongs in a museum! So do you! Hadronovi, what's up? Whatever you do, short chat, don't touch anything. Can we just talk about how accurate the next movie is going to be with an 80-year-old Indy still working as an archaeologist? Oh dear. What the heck happened to the Patriots? They fell on their faces the past couple of games. They're not there, man. They're not playing good football. Got to play 60 minutes, three good phases of the game, dude. I mean, you didn't need a painting of Vigo. Do you not know who this is? He is Vigo. You're like the buzzing of flies to him. An actual offensive coordinator would be nice. Give Matty some time. He's a defensive guy, dude. But he'll learn. How about them lines? Indeed. Indeed. This is seriously one of the most impressive things on this damn server, man. Impressive. Most impressive. Bills, baby. Yeah, you would like the Bills after the slanderous comments you've made in here. Cave biome. Dude, it's so good. So freaking good. This your Schwartz is as big as mine. Let's see how well you handle it. It's a museum. Indiana Jones and the retirement home. I'm sorry, I'm Indiana Jones'd out after the last movie. Did we find a place to put that build that you wanted to do? Oh, mate, refresh me memory, mate. What you want build? What did you want to make? And where, like, wait, what were you building? Orbital Plaza in Kinnock, 115 by 79. Okay. Let's take a look-see. It's better to enjoy that recent movie through the Lego game for it. No. I'm good. No, Sneaky. I don't think I will. So let's go over to, let's take a trip across the pond, mates. Let's go over to Canuck. Yeah, Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade was awesome. There's no need for a kappa behind that one, man. They called it the Last Crusade for a reason. Operative word, last. You're named after a dog? Yes, we named the dog Indiana. Orbital Plaza. Right, what is it with you lot in circles? It's just make a road. Just put a bunch of circles in it. Oh, Geeson, you're making this? Yeah, we love the roundabout. See with you lot in circles. Look, it's just one circle. Look, that's two circles put together. That's actually not a bad idea. To be 100% honest, that's actually a pretty smart idea, but... Oh, no, just make them go right. That's good. Okay. You ever thought of doing voiceover work? I would love to. I just don't know how to get into that industry, Josh, to be honest with you. I've never even bothered to look. So, Geeson, you want to build this thing here? It's a dog bone, Sneaky. Yeah, that's what it is. You're right. Mm-hmm. Geeson, is it weird that for some odd reason, like, skyscrapers in the UK just don't go together in my head? I don't know what that's about, because London has plenty of skyscrapers. Like, you know, you just see these, you know, this nice, like, hedgerow housing, and you're like, oh, yeah, that's British. What the hell is this? The only dog bone I know is the Mark 1 Escort. Nice. Very nice. The juxtaposition must be quite strange, because those houses have obviously been there for a good while. And then there's that. Yeah, Supercraft. Yeah, it's everything over there. It's like, wait, you have skyscrapers? What? Wait a minute. How to find a poor place? Look for random tower blocks. Yeah, that's kind of the same over here. As messed up as that sounds. Where are we? Can I call Digvith just Diglet from now on? Oh, it's Birmingham. Yes, Birmingham. I have a real question for you. I have a fake answer for you. Can I out to the highway for a minute? I got a question. Yeah, give me 1 second. All right, Geeson. You followed the damn train. I always follow the train, man. Kind of a skyscraper next to a house from the 18th century. Yeah, that's just weird. That's just weird in my head, dude. Like, there's nothing wrong with it. I'm not saying there's anything wrong. That's just strange. That's just something I didn't think about, you know? You want to go over there and go narrowboating someday? Yeah, I can see that, Loopy. I can see you doing that. Geeson, how about we lay out a lot? We lay out a lot right here and build it right there. Oh, a map of claimed plots. Thanks. Thank you, sir. Oh. Dude, we could fit it in this area, I think, right here. Those are unclaimed. That's all claimed. World, if this is all claimed, I'll get the roads figured out. We'll build out some of the roads today. That one's unclaimed, huh? I think that's where I want to build my next building. Can we tear down the village at the end of the new highway? Huh? Yeah, like, yeah, we do, but it's all... It's not stuff from, like, the 16th, 17th, and 18th century. Well, a little bit from the 18th century. Or the, 19th century. Yeah. If you want juxtaposition, look at... In Edmonton? Huh. Yeah, it's just... I don't know. I know there's skyscrapers there, and there's nothing. There's like it's just messes with me. All right. Anyway, let's see. What are we checking out here? Man, Edmonton is way up there, dude. Okay. What? Oh. Hey, Flankin. What am I looking at here? I don't think so, Def. It's a rock. It's not a boulder. It's a rock. Singularity, what am I supposed to be seeing here? Oh, you probably, yeah, okay. Yeah, I get you. It's just a stupid bolt. Wait a minute. Oh, Luffy, is that what it's doing? Yeah, it is. Dude, that's like an optical illusion. Look at that. Yeah, that's cool, man. I like that aesthetic. That's freaking sweet, dude. They took the Kelly building right there and they built a skyscraper into it. (1002) 101st Avenue. Okay. Let's go. Okay. There's a tiny Sherlock Holmes pub. 1002 101A Avenue. Whoa. Oh, I see it. 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 Now that's strange. Yeah, it does look like up, doesn't it? They got a freaking payphone out front. Look at that. All right. Yeah, that's pretty funny. Cool. Creeper, what did you need me out there for? It's a long way out there. What's up? Not the bees. Not the bees! Not the bees! Ah, they're in my eyes! Grass. Gravel. Don't care. Dirt. I'll take the dirt. Why not? Don't care. There's small caves. There's some small caves. Should I fill them in or just leave them? Eliminate them. They were insolent. Liquidate them. I had them liquidated, you little snot. They were insolent. Looks like Starship is about to be lifted. Alright. Human, last one. Check out Provincial Weg. 102, 1506, MD Van Dam. Jean-Claude Van Damme. Alright, cool. What the frick? But... See, I am more and more convinced that the Netherlands is not a real place. This looks like something out of a fun house. I'm pretty sure that entire country doesn't exist. Pretty sure. Would you like a house on top of a house? Look, everybody, I made my skyscraper look like a house. Isn't that weird? This is what happens when we leave the Dutch to their own devices. Yeah, we can't trust them. I don't think they can be trusted. The last time somebody tried to trust the Dutch, they took over half of the world. Okay? I'm on to you. I'm on to you with you people with your weird clogs and windmills. I'm on to you. You secretly want to take over the world still, don't you? Yes, you do. Orange House. Marcus is like, yeah, that's what we're doing. No, that's actually really cool. They made the hotel look like a Dutch colonial house. That's actually pretty cool. But also, I see there is no pleasing you. Yeah, it's supposed to be Mike Myers, Scottish and Dutch. It makes the most sense. Well, you only let them get about half. We had about half. Yeah. That's why you lot can't be trusted neither. Yo, I gave it back to you, RJ. All right, Geeson, let's go find a plot. Dr. Eva, let me make you a deal, all right? You get your moja, you keep your money, and I'll get your baby. I want my baby back, baby back, baby back, baby back, baby back, baby back ribs. I dropped it somewhere, dude. I'm bigger than you, Tessa, higher in the food chain. Get in my belly. Come on, you're lucky, wee lad. Tessa, there's been fermenting. Pockets of fermenting. They play it out, they wait and see. It's a plague on discipline. Corporate tactical forces are the first line of defense in the Empire. And the best way to keep the blade sharp is to use it. Yeah, it's fine.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Acted 27-month resub. The wait and see. They play it out. It's a plague on discipline. That guy's my favorite character from that show. If you come where I am, come where you are, you got the footprint laid out. Or might Oh, hey, Noswolf, we weren't talking about you. We were talking about you and how I think your country secretly wants to take over the world. That whole Max Verstappen thing is just a front. I lied to you guys. We were talking about him taking over the world. I'm good with this. Linus, are you good with this? I hope you feel better, man. Ooh, very nice. What are you building here? He's building a building here, you doofus. Starbase PA just said clear the pad for Starship lift. Alright, second monitor it is. It's a plague on discipline. Alright, second monitor it is, mate. You've been sick since New Year's. I miss normality. You didn't... Your boy got the Rona again. That's what I was just about to ask Noswolf. You got the Ronies? Yeah, Geeson, we can do this. Let's build out the roads for it, dude. One question, though, for Dutch people. Why the wooden shoes? Did your people not learn how to work leather? Rona big hard time? Yeah. Yeah, it sucks, but it goes away, dude. You'll be alright. Alright. I'm just gonna take some of this dirt here. World. Mate. You good with him building this here? That was like a combination of my accent and an English accent. Okay, that was strange. Let's not do that again. World, are we good with it here? Only you said something in chat. Okay. The only thing that might contrast is that if it isn't that big in that tall area. World, it's in Canuck. Let's go take a look. I want to look at it again. Geeson, how tall is that building? World, I'm okay with having shorter buildings in places in the tall area. That's fine, because you're never going to get all tall buildings. Why did I just zoom in on my house? Okay. That's not Canuck. I just habit to zoom in on Massachusetts. That's weird. Probably fine like this. Let me see. Yeah, okay. I mean, we're looking at a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 stories. Yeah, that's perfect, dude. It'll look good. I'm good with that there. I'll build out the roads, dude. That's what I want to do. And we got the Starship lift going in the background, dudes. All right, let's just... Can you find something I can build? Of course. Best way to keep the blade sharp is to use it. You gotta run, but I work on it when I get back. All right, man. No problem. Do your thing. All right, Linus. Let's find you a building to build. Alright, Jason. See you, buddy. Alright, you know what? Virgin Orbit is launching a rocket out here, actually. They're launching a rocket this way from a 747. And the 747 is taking off from an airport near Newquay right here. So let's go see let's go see if we can find something for you to build here, Linus. That is one hell of a cliff. Something to fit in the back of that plot of divisions for DV. We talking about right here, world? I'm hoping this is the final time with Booster 7 and 24 stacked. I don't know if they're going to use 7, dude. Here. Alright, let me go take a look. Think something from New York? Alright, I can do that. Read last, and I want to build on the plot you're standing on. He said New York, Mercs, but I'll take a look at it still. Don't they have left-handed buildings in the UK? Will they fit in our city? Vasia, I honestly don't really care what buildings people build, as long as it's like by height. I actually kind of think it's cool that we have buildings and like ships and stuff from all over the world. I think that's neat. Case in point, a Soviet tracking ship next to an American aircraft carrier. That's awesome, dude. I think that's really cool. So yeah, I don't really care as long as it's the right height. That's always been kind of my rules. That was a joke, you doofus. Blit! Dude, it flew over my freaking head. You know what that means? More coffee. You want DV to make a landfill in New York? Okay. Hey, Jam. Quick question, dude. I know you're doing your thing. You're on hiatus. Do you think you'd mind if like we went in and did a detail pass on the United States? Like to really kick that thing home? You did a good job. I like the hull. We should trim it out and make it look good. But I know you're doing your thing, which is totally cool. That tracking ship looks like the Virus. It looks like the movie from Virus. So that ship is cosmonaut Yuri Gagarin. That is a Soviet era tracking ship, dude. Because before they built out the DSN, this is the Americans and the Soviets. Before they built out the DSN for long range tracking, they just had a ship sail around as the ground station. So you have your S-band antennas and you have your KU band antennas right there. Every city needs one and you don't have one. I don't know where Tessa. I don't know where we're gonna put it. I think we'd be better off putting a landfill down in the industrial area over here. You're testing. Are throwing all their garbage in the river like a common Bostonian. No, we just threw everything that we didn't like into the harbor. Hey, we learned it from you. You guys threw witches in the harbor for the longest time, okay? Interesting, Electron. I have some of the internal cabins done. I need help if I can be around next week, if you'd like to do it. We should give it a detail pass, dude. Because, Jam, once again, dude, this isn't a guilt trip. I know you're on hiatus. I get it. Totally cool. It kind of bothers me to leave the SS United States half finished, considering the state of the real ship. It kills me. It kills me. I can't do. Just like, no, we can't leave it like that, man. We can't leave it like that. That's what they did in real life. Yeah, the difference is we stopped. So did we. Yeah, they're looking to go stack, Blue, from what I can tell. Look at that. Look at that beautiful ship. Put that Save the United States banner on it now. Yeah. Yeah, Denny. If I ever got frick you rich, like billionaires, I would literally just go around the horn and just find all these ships that need to be like restored, and I would just restore them. I know it would take about $1 billion to restore that ship. To get the SS United States back up and running, it would take about $1 billion. But I'd do it. Chief, what would you say? I'd say $1 billion is actually a pretty conservative estimate. It probably takes more. Guys, you'd have to take the whole ship apart. The whole thing needs to be taken apart. Did you see I finished filling the portion of the swamp I was working on? Let me take a look. I did, Blue. I went over there and looked, and there's just buildings everywhere. Today's Mega Millions drop. Nobody hit megas, Josh? Oh, boy. Okay. Problem is the operating cost. The operating cost wouldn't be it would be tantamount next to the freaking... It'd be tantamount next to the, next to the, like, the refurbishment of the ship. That whole thing got gutted in Turkey. I'd say 200 to 300 mil. You know what, Chief? That's very, like, okay. Is it bad if in my mind that's... I know I'm overestimating. I know I'm overestimating. Like, that, like, not overestimating. I know I'm underestimating how much effort that would actually take. I know I am. But also at the same time, in the back of my head, I'm like, you know 200 to 300 million isn't bad considering what you're getting. That's the fastest cruise ship in existence. No, nothing has ever done. That ship still holds the record. That ship still holds the record for fastest transatlantic crossing by boat. It's fast, man. That thing can do 50 knots. 50 knots! 50. 5-0. That is booking for a ship that big. Look at the cool fix-it streams you can do on Twitch. Yep. That's what makes the United States so cool. Because literally, fellas, the United States was subsidized by the U.S. government. It was subsidized by the U.S. government, right? Oh, okay. Or Minecraft mouse could freak out. It was subsidized by the U.S. government to be used as a troop transport in case we needed to move troops back to Europe, you know, post-World War II. So... that ship is quite literally a battleship with a passenger liner superstructure, which is awesome. It's so freaking cool. I'm serious. It's a freaking battleship. Look at its hull. That's a ship that's moving at 55 miles an hour. Yeah. That's impressive, to say the least. Should I be harvesting clay? Nah, you don't need to harvest clay. Today's technology can do it much faster. It's just not financially viable. Chief, those words suck. Everything's not financially viable if you don't feel like spending money. Am I right? The moon is not financially viable unless we spend billions of dollars. It's the argument that I've been making for the longest time. I hate that mentality, dude. I hate it. The G-Tels aren't financially viable. Yeah, okay, not financially viable. They should build an Ekrenoplane. Ekrenoplanes are cool, dude, up until the point where you're on choppy waters. That was the problem with the Ekrenoplane in the first place. It's not... It's... If it's not calm waters, a big wave could hit the plane when it's going like 400 or 500 miles an hour, and that's the end of that. Everything isn't financially viable, Chief. That mentality always pissed me off. But then again, it's not my money getting spent, you know, so it's a little bit different when it's your cash being spent, but... I mean, Flatgate, that could work in the Great Lakes. That could work out in the Great Lakes and, you know, in the middle of the country. It's doable. But even the Great Lakes get pretty bad storms. It's enough to snap ships in half. We know because that actually happened. But yeah, it could work, dude. Up here, a ship, the Edmund Fitzgerald, literally just cracked in half like an egg because the ship went over a wave, right? And the front of the ship went airborne. The whole superstructure, the whole front of the ship got up off the ground or up out of the water, and it snapped it like a freaking egg. Or snapped it like a twig, which is absolutely bananas. Also, keep in mind that these speeds can be achieved only in calm seas. Yeah. An Air Force of hundreds of F-35s isn't financially viable, but it's sure nice to have. It's the justification, dude. It's not. Yeah, it's not the money. It's justification. Same logic can be applied to going to the moon. I still need something to build. I'm working on it. I'm working on it, man. All right, boys. Start digging this out, and I got to make concrete powder here. Forget where all my concrete is. I think it might be in an ender chest, so... If one of you guys could get an ender chest and bring it out here, that'd be great. Alright, New York, huh? Yeah, it happened on the Black Sea. Jim, ship went down into the water. The front of the ship, you know, between two waves, front of the ship tried to go up, and the momentum carried the ship, and it still wanted to go down. It literally split the thing right in half. Dude, the hydraulic pressure, man. You don't screw with hydraulics. We've seen what hydraulics can do. Look at the top right corner of the screen here. You know what hydraulics can do. You do not frick with hydraulics. Don't screw around with the ocean. It will literally rip you in half. Alright. Linus, let's look for a building for you. Yeah, it happens all the time, goalie. People think that people underestimate the ocean. Listen to Chief. You'd be surprised how many morons there are out there. Oh yeah, my ship can beat the hurricane. That's fine. Narrator. It didn't. Don't screw around with the water. And I know it seems like EJ's just being it's hyperbole. No, it will literally split your ship in half if you're an idiot. Mercus, this is the tall district of the city, so we need something big. DV said he wanted something in Manhattan, though. So I added in my calendar next Monday to start fitting out the liner. All right. World, you got time next Monday? We'll help Jam smooth out the hull and finish the ship. Let's do it. I'm in. That's a good idea. How many stories? Mercs, I have an unrestricted height limit in this part of the city. This part of the city is unrestricted. You can build as high as you want, but I think there's height limits in the game. I don't think we can get much taller than Kickning's building here. Yeah, exactly. This is, Chief, that's exactly what happened to the Edmund Fitzgerald on the Great Lakes. Because, yeah, watch this, guys. When I say snap the ship in half, that is exactly what I mean. Yeah, watch. Oh! Dude, why are you... Why are you going with the waves? What a dude, I don't know anything about sailing. You never go perpendicular into the waves because that happens. See, this is when the captain says, okay, yeah, the lifeboats, like now. Yeah, as you go with the motion of the ocean, right? You go kind of parallel to the waves. You don't go against them like that. That's a good way for the ship to just break in half. Was anyone on the bow? I don't think so. Yeah. Is it diagonally, dudes? I mean, I said I don't know nothing about sailing, to be honest with you. Parallel is a good way to roll. Oh, it'll capsize. Yeah, that's right. So you go 45 degrees. All right, dudes. And if you go perpendicular to it, your ship breaks in half. What are you freaking doing, man? What are you doing? Chief, I would imagine the safety culture surrounding this is somewhat like rockets. Dude, the waters will be calm tomorrow. Just go tomorrow. Just go tomorrow. Don't take this... Or just wait. Just wait an hour. Would you rather be at the bottom of the ocean? Just wait. The water will be there tomorrow. Well, the front fell off. Dude, that's more than the front falling off, man. That's the... Frick, we need to get the hell off this ship immediately. Dude, You know how much hydraulic pressure you need to do that? Ships aren't exact. Oh, it snapped it like a freaking soda can. Unbelievable. Sometimes you just have to have negative speed just to keep the ship aligned with the weather. Yeah, I'd believe it. Unbelievable. That's basically how torpedoes work. Yeah, it cavitates under the ship hull and snaps it in half. Yeah, you literally suplex an entire ship. Tessa, you've seen those videos of you've seen the videos of the torpedo test where it just breaks the ship in half and the ship literally sinks in less than 5 minutes. That's scary, dude. That is some scary stuff. The Edmund, they talked about the light stayed on the stern and she plowed along for a bit and the guys up front were lost. That's so screwed up, dude. Listen to this. Okay, I clicked on Chief's link. I don't, dude, yeah, no. Imagine just wait. In the wake of a shipping mishap off the coast of Australia.
Senator Collins, thanks for coming in.
It's a great pleasure, thank you.
Oh, the front fell off. All right. Did we find a building? I got to find a building for Linus, dudes. Let's do it. Well, the front fell off. 200 Vesey Street. Okay. Let's see. Oh. I'm looking at it.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
If I know Linus Merkers, Linus always likes a challenge build. That's World Trade Center 3, right? Yeah, I've only heard that noise in movies, dude, but I can imagine hearing the ship go, "Oh, why?" It's like Monkas. Dragon, here's to a great 2023. Dragon, I've been reading more about chemistry and stuff, and I'm like, oh, this is a rabbit hole. This is not good. Very cool, though. Actually, Dragon, Brimo and I had to go on a little bit of a road trip this morning, and I saw a truck carrying 1791 placards. Never seen that before. 1791 is sodium hydrochlorate, I think. It's like it's an industrial cleaner and stuff. I've never seen 1791 tags before, so I was like, Brimo, Google what that is. Sodium hydroxide, that's it. Yeah. I've never seen it. Dude, maybe I just don't get out enough. I like this one right here, Linus. You should build that guy. A building that looks good near the water. Oh, okay. All right. You want a building... Well, Merker's not bad. Nice and alkali. Yeah, it's like an industrial cleaning product and stuff, dude. It was... Yeah, I've never seen 1791 tags before. It's an oxidizer, too, from what I understand. Brimo just read the thing. Haven't built the Ghostbusters building? That's on the Upper West Side. The ferry terminal? Yeah. I'd never seen 1791 placards, but I saw... So, guys, I had to go to the doctor, and my doctor's still up in the city, so we got to drive on the highways for a little bit. And I'm fairly confident that hell's going to freeze over because I literally hit no traffic during rush hour. I don't understand why, but I've made it in 35 minutes back into Boston from Cape Cod. 40 minutes. The longest that's ever taken me in traffic is an hour and 45 minutes. I made it in 35 there and back. 35 there, 35 back, and I'm convinced that hell is going to freeze over. I should go buy a lottery ticket, yeah. I don't know about the ferry terminal. DB, what do you think about building something on Roosevelt Island? I just looked it up. It's sodium hypochlorate. It's bleach. Oh, well, that explains the cleaning product. They said it has a smell of chlorine, and it's an industrial... What is that? It was industrial solvent, I think is what it's called. Too late for that lottery ticket. You used up the luck on the drive. Yeah, you're not wrong, dude. Ooh, DV, this guy. This guy in Brooklyn right here. I like that one. Build this one. Build this building on Hunter's Point right here. That's actually really cool looking. I like that building. Bleach is one of the worst cargoes. Chief, the guy was in the far right lane going extremely slow. Creeper, Linus said he wanted to build something, Linus said he wanted to build something that, in New York City. How tall is it? It looks like it's too tall for the height limit. What's the name of that building? Dude, that building is literally called Gotham Point. That is a monster of a building. All right, let's do some research. Buzz. All right, let's see. Gotham Point is a public-private partnership consisting of 2 mixed-use buildings on Long Island City, Queens, totaling over 1 million square feet. The North Tower is a 56-story, 689-unit residential building with an 11-story special-purpose wing, including 98 senior independent living units that will be managed by Riseboro Community Partnership. The South Tower, it will be a 33-story, 443-unit tower. Oh, that one that's next to it is the South Tower. Okay. Dude, someone made bank on this whole project. Look at the freaking view. You got an entire view of freaking downtown New York. You got an entire view of downtown New York, and then if you're facing north, you get an entire view of uptown New York. And Google Earth took a dump. Build the second one, DV, if we're worried about it. 56 stories would be... all right, so let me do some math. 56... No, that's 59. 56 times 10... is 560 feet divided by 3.3. Nice. 170. So we need to go Y170. Let's see. Actually, you know what? We'll do this the fun way. Yeah, Google Earth is still not happy. Ooh. Minecraft took a dump too. Nice. That was Minecraft that you murdered? Yeah, probably. I zigged when I should have zagged. Is Google Earth still up? Wait a minute. What's going on here? Yeah, Google Earth is not... Oh, really? Gee, thanks for letting me know. Yeah, you pizzas when you shoot a French fry, gonna have a bad time. Is the wet dress rehearsal this week ahead for orbital test flight in March? Well... I'm sorry. So if we go back down here, hey, Word, my guy. That's cool.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Here's what the memer said himself. See you. 13-month resub. We have a real shot at late February. March attempt appears highly likely. Okay, this is how you know that hell is actually freezing over. The apocalypse is clearly upon us. When Elon becomes self-aware of Elon time. We got a big problem. 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 So May, I don't know if Elon acknowledging Elon time means that Elon time is actually modified. If he's acknowledging Elon time, he's either become self-aware and we're all screwed, or it's just, you know, it's like Back to the Future, Sam. You know, if you encounter yourself, there's either going to be a paradox, and a paradox could cause the entire universe to unravel, or you'll just faint. Snib, see? Great minds. Great minds. It's a unified theory. Just saying. Are we implying Elon is an AI and becoming self-aware? Yeah. Only a computer would screw with people that much. It makes sense when you think about it. I'm just saying. I didn't faint. I passed out. I'm old! So Elon is the cause of Skynet? I mean, yeah, that makes sense. I mean, it would make sense, dude. Elon was Alpha GPT. Facts. I need an ender chest. Hey, fellas. All right, Minecraft noob question. If I have Silk Touch, we can take the chest, right? Vulcan is gonna be sweet, dudes. Yeah, it's gonna be amazing. February 25th. Yes. Okay. Cool. Thank you. We left all these building materials from the marina project in the street. We should probably, you know. That's all the marble. Oh boy. All the gravel. Sand and gravel. I got a feeling we might need this. Were y'all looking for gravel the other day? Something like that, man. Is it still launching Peregrine for its first mission? I think so.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
All right, we'll set up shop right here. Hey, Ren, what's going on, man? Gravel, 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 sand. Guys ever go touch, you know, a road and it feels like a bag of sand? You did 2K on the elliptical before lunch. Very nice. Don't put the road on a pedestal. Yeah, you're probably right. I'm setting up shop here to build out a build out a lot of roads here. We're going to need clay. Clay. Bill clay. There we go. Hey, Lucas. Did you see that Kerbal Space Program is now free on Epic Games? Yeah, I should buy it, dude. I'm glad you got. I'm glad you got it, dude. I was worried for a second that I may have laid it on a little too thick. I should buy that game. That game seems pretty cool. Game about space and stuff. You know, I really like space. Flaps move about 15 minutes ago. Sweet. Ren, what's that? Hey, that's going pretty fast, man. You're making me want to play Kerbal. Between you and Lucas, you're making me want to play Kerbal. It's free until the 12th. Stop yelling at me, Alex. I have delicate sensibilities. Get all this crap out of here. Sile, what's up, buddy? I'm just informing. Stop yelling at me. I mean, hi. Where's the block of iron? There we go. Oh, okay. That's a lot of iron. Scaffolding, sea lantern. What's in this one? Yeah, we got to do that. I got to measure that, and that's what I was looking for. I was looking for the scaffolding. That's the junk drawer. Does this help with the KSP itch? Is this American Truck Simulator? I mean, no. Yeah, maybe. A little bit. All right, so Centaur, baby. All right, I can't look at that. That's annoying. Actually, we gotta get some of that back. Gotham Point. There we go. That's what we're looking for. All right, so yeah, 56 story, 169, right? So. Okay. Okay. Nice. Nice. EJ, has anyone ever said you're like the Dr. Disrespect of space games? No, Hal. I mean, I guess that I can see that. But my savage behavior is because I'm from the northeast part of the U.S. The northeast part of the U.S. that's how we say hi to each other, dude. Yeah. Hey, how you doing? Go frick yourself. All right, man. I'll see you later. That's how we. Yeah. That's right. Yeah, just thank you. Thank you. I take that as a compliment. You know, my dad's a masshole. It's kind of my thing. Sorry for the slightly off-topic question. We'll be launching some of the station on the SDLV2. I hadn't really planned on it, Sam. I really want to get good at using the shuttle's robotic arm and transferring payloads out of the shuttle. Launching stuff on the SDLV comes later. Uh-oh. Cripper. Come here, buddy. Come here. No, Alex! Oh, don't do you. We almost died. All right, let's see. Okay, let's just add it and make it 170 for good measure. I got to see if Linus's building is tall enough, so let's do this. Ready? If Creeper explodes in the water, no damage is taken. Oh, okay. Excuse me, lads. Actually, you know what? We'll take the elevator. Oh, crap. No. Oh, boy. Okay. When I first tuned in, I drew those comparisons, but obviously now I don't think that. You're more like Dr. Legit. Yeah, Hal, I get it. For newer viewers, dude, I kind of, yeah. I like busting you guys' balls, dude, but you guys should do the same to me. It's fun. It's fun, dude. Like, you know, if you give everybody crap, you're giving nobody crap, you know? Is this the small tower? No, this is the big one. Oh. Oh, Chief, don't do that. Brimo will kill me. Yeah, Linus, it's not even as big as the Bach Tower, dude. I think we're good. We just got to find you a good plot. Google Earth has taken a huge crap, so as Mick would call it, banter. Yeah, no, Mick understands, Mercs. That's why I like hanging out with Mick, because he knows, you know, like, yeah, dude, you gotta give everybody crap, and you should give yourself crap. It's just, you take yourself down a peg or two, or else your ego's gonna get too inflated. That's why I constantly put myself down, dude. I constantly give myself crap. Because if you give yourself the most crap, that means people aren't gonna give you as much crap, because they're gonna be like, damn. Yeah, it is really cheap compared to market. No, I know, Chief, I know, but it's a bid too, though. That's the problem. As I was told at school, banter is bullying. Yeah, okay. I mean, world, I get it, dude. You shouldn't screw with kids like that. I got made fun of, dude. I got made fun of all the time in school. And don't get me wrong, it hurt, and it does mess with your head. I'm not gonna lie to you, but like, you know, I'm not gonna sit here and say that we should. That's okay, like either, you know. It's a tough thing. Kids are brutal, dude. But see, here's the thing: you get out in the real world does that too. You know what I mean? So. I'm not sure what the solution there is, you know what I mean? That's why I don't really talk about it. I have no clue, like, how do you solve that problem? Because people are going to be dicks. When you get older, people are jerks, man. It's just kind of how humans are. But I did go to a school where you would think it was private education. Yeah, World, I got you. Like, that's all I'm worried about, man. No kid deserves to be bullied, dude. But also, at the same time, you're going to get bullied when you go out in the real world. The thing about it is, though, when you're older, you won't realize you're getting bullied. You'll just get taken advantage of. And I don't know how to fix that problem, which is why I don't really talk about this. You know what I mean? I'm a firm believer, if you don't have a solution, shut the hell up. You know what I'm saying? The plot on that tower looks exactly like this one in Minecraft. Let me take a look. It is pretty close, dude. You know, I'm not... Oh, yeah. Yeah, it is. Linus, it's pretty damn close. Let's take some measurements here. Taz, what's up, dude? I'm not going to sit here and say that kids should... Oh, yeah, we should allow bullying in school. No, dude, you go to school to learn, all right? 75. So we're 75.82. Let's just say 75 on the dot. But yeah, I don't have a solution to that problem either. Because I remember when I was younger, man, I was just like I am now. I was not too. I love talking about stuff that I like talking about, dude. And that gets you bullied pretty badly, actually. Like I said, it was not cool to like Star Wars, for instance, when I was younger. Now Star Wars is cool. Because nerd culture is kind of a thing, you know, like... So we're 70. But, yeah, man. Yeah, kids are mean. But the thing about adults is that adults are mean, too. They just won't tell you they're being mean. So 75 by 60, Linus. And then what's the square here? Hold on. So, like, I don't know, man. I don't know how to solve that problem. No one should get bullied, but on the other hand, people are jerks. You kind of have to find a way to prepare people for that stuff. 75 by 60 by 47. All right, everybody, get off the scaffolding. Okay, cool. So let's just measure the long axis here. So we're 75 by 48. All right, let me go grab some dirt. So we need 75 on that axis over here, and then we need 48 on the short axis. Linus, I think it'll fit. I think we could get it. Let me just go grab the resources. I'll go into my junk drawer here. Yeah, Stygian, it's freaking annoying, isn't it? It's really freaking annoying. Yeah, the things that I like gaming and stuff, that was not freaking cool when I was younger. All right, so we got 48. Let's measure the short axis first. I'm gonna step it one in. Actually, we gotta take into account the sidewalk. Hold on one second. Linus, I think you got one of my dirt blocks. Thank you, sir. Lower pins are moving for first motion. I see it up there, T-Man. Thank you. All right, how far in is the sidewalk? Let's layer grass 3 and then the building. So, yeah, there you go. Cool. All right, Alex, you got it. Let me... Thank you. Was it that one? Yeah, okay. Let's go. Childhood bullying can leave mental scars that can last a lifetime. Adult bullying doesn't generally do that. True that, man. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying, dude. I don't think it's a good idea to do it in, in school, but also you gotta be, you gotta be tough, dude. You gotta be tough. People are dicks, man. Like, just dicks. Like, that's the best way I can describe it. People are jerks. 64, 65, 66. Hey, damn it, guys. Okay, so let's take one off there. Yeah, Papa Bear, I'm not saying I have a solution, like I said, which is why if I don't have a solution or a problem, or at least a perceived solution that I think is well rounded out and well thought out, I don't even bother, because any idiot can point out a freaking problem. That's the easy part. Okay, so 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75. Ooh. When is the next Starship explosion? Should be scheduled for late February, Mank. We know, there's a giant moron at the bottom right of the screen. I'm trying to switch the scene here, but honestly, it's taking too much time. And Synergy, for whatever reason, thinks that my mouse that's playing Minecraft should be controlling this. That's good. There we go. Ah, there you go. Serious? Screw you. There's nobody over there. No chance this is the last stack. I don't think so, guys. Yeah, Gagan, that's an interesting way to put it, right? Like, once again, dude, I don't know how to fix that. But on the other, strangely enough, on the other hand, all right, we get it, you're dying, shut up. Strangely enough, on the other hand, dude, I'm not gonna sit here and I'm not gonna pretend like getting screwed with and getting bullied in school didn't it helped me figure out who's a jerk and who isn't, you know what I mean? It helps you find genuine people pretty easily. But yeah, I don't not everybody had the same upbringing as me, for instance, dude. I always had my parents always, I'm not going to say my parents had my back. They had my back when I was right about something. If I was incorrect about something, oh, believe me, they let me know. If you need to go further east, you still have a few blocks. World, what is this? Who put this down? What are these cobblestones here for? Because the lot is big enough. I'm just not sure what this is. Oh, Linus placed this. Summary key? That's been there for ages. Summary key. Who's summary key? Shut up. Yeah, alright. Get rid of this. World, we have the space. Junk this. Oh, it's Josh. Okay. Josh won't mind. I mean, if we have to shift the whole thing over a little bit, it's okay. That might have been where the terrain used to be. That's possible. Alright. Dump it, dudes. If Josh is bothered about it, just let me know. I want to start working this zoned area because we're starting to fill in everything. We're starting to fill in all the buildings in the zoned plots. I was kind of waiting until we, started filling it in to zone more stuff world, you know? I gotta repair this stupid shovel, too. Guys, we got to do some digging to get the roads leveled and everything, and all this kind of figured out. So I gotta go. I'm gonna go to the end real quick, and I'm gonna repair the shovel. He said as he's still digging out things. The road looks good. Thanks, man. Dude, that's actually one of the roads that we made that I'm super freaking proud of. We made this little marina right here, and we made this sweet elevated bridge that's based off of a bridge near where I grew up. And it looks really good. I picked that bridge specifically because it has the stoppers on it, and it's designed to get small ships underneath it. So it ended up coming out really, really nice. I have to head that direction to get to the end, so I'll show you real quick. Yeah, that one came out freaking money, dude. It's this one right here, and then like the grades for the roads. World did the road planning as per usual. Dude, how this community is hardcore, dude. These guys really do work. I appreciate that some of these folks, you guys like World, Drool Bucket, DV, Blue Flare, Canadian. You guys have stuck with it. Benno's doing his thing too. Everybody's stuck with it for the longest time. It's actually a little humbling, to be honest with you. You got plans for Minecraft subways? We started building out the subway, but Serious Potato Bot gave up on it because he's lazy. So, yeah, we have like partially completed subway tunnels. I think you'll be pretty impressed by the DP1 170. Yeah. No doubt. I'm the boss. I get burnout every so often, but the city's home. In Blue Flare, I completely... like, I'm not going to sit here and say that I didn't anticipate that. I knew that people would be into it, then people wouldn't be into it. That's why I don't really make a big fuss at it. Like, if I see a building that hasn't been completed in a long time. I don't really make a big fuss out of it, dude. Shin, you want to start playing the guitar? I saw some streams that you can play. How did you start learning? Learn pentatonic scales, Shin. My best advice is to feel your way around the guitar. Don't try to play tabs and stuff. So, you can go online and you can literally find a tutorial on how to play every single song with something called tabs. Tabs are basically just telling you what string to hit. You don't learn anything that way. You just learn to regurgitate the writing. You know what I mean? You regurgitate the tabs. That won't teach you anything. Learn scales and chords. So, You gotta understand that all the strings on the guitar, so you have 6 strings and you have like 15 or 16 frets depending on the guitar, right? What combination of keys is that? Like, how many different notes is that? You'd think it's, well, 6 strings, 15 frets, right? Or actually, it really depends on the guitar, right? However many frets you have on the guitar times 6 strings. I mean, some guitars have 8 strings, right? You'd think that's, okay, 16, or 6 times 15, right? That's 90. So you'd think there's 90 different notes to play, right? No, there's patterns to it. The notes actually recur and they repeat depending on the key. Yeah, 22 frets, right? Sorry, I was thinking all the way. I mean, the guitar actually, there's repeat notes. That's what I'm trying to tell you, Shin. There's repeat notes. But the repeat notes sometimes sound the same and sometimes don't. It really depends on the key. Right? So guitars are usually in the E key. That's what standard tuning is. It's standard tuning is the E key. So believe it or not, if you just strum the high or the low E string, right? So that's the bow. That's the first like if you're a right-handed guitarist, right? That's the first the string that's closest to you. It's the thickest one. If you strum that, and then you play on the 15th fret, and you strum the same thing, you strum the same string, it's the same note, but in a different key. It's the key is higher. If I'm thinking about, I may not have said that right, but you get the idea. What about a double neck guitar? Yeah. It's the 12th fret, yeah, sorry. I'm not the biggest, I can't explain it as well as I can explain space, but it's the octave, not the key. That's right. My music theory, and this is what I mean, I'm still learning. My music theory is not very good. But I don't think learning tabs teaches anybody anything about guitar. But Shin, here's the thing. The thing about the guitar is that you learn whatever way makes the most sense. That's how you learn. What I'm doing right now, guys, just in case anybody's wondering, this is an ender farm, and I'm repairing the tool. If you see the shovels in my left hand, this thing has mending on it. It has a mending stat on it, and that means that if I have something in my offhand, if I kill something, you get XP, and that XP goes towards fixing your equipment. So, like, I played tabs hand. That's how I started. I started by playing tabs, and then I quickly realized that, you know, so what made me realize that music, like theories and keys and scales and stuff is the way you play, is because, like, the guys that go and play tabs and stuff are just sitting there playing in their room, right? Those are the guys that, and like, there's nothing wrong with that. That's fine. But you go and sit and you play in your room and stuff. Yeah, you could play some songs and you could post it on YouTube, blah, 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 blah. That's all fine and dandy. But when you go and play in a band, like, I've played with other people. I've played with my dad and his buddies. Like, I've done it on stream. You guys have seen me. I'm a decent enough drummer. I don't think I'm really good by any means, but you know, they'll go around and be like, oh, this is a, you know, okay, I'll quote Back to the Future. This is a blues riff in B. You know what I mean? Like, that's you have to understand what that means, especially if you're gonna play with people. You can't just sit there and regurgitate the tabs. There's no improvisation there. That just demonstrates fundamentally that you're just regurgitating the subject matter and you don't actually understand it. So Shin, that's my biggest thing, dude. That's the big one. Learn this stuff. Learn the tab. Don't learn tabs. Learn the theory. Learn scales. Learn how to play chords. Power chords. Regular chords. So, like, the second I started learning, like, and I'll tell you what song did it. It's an old school rock and roll song by an artist named Link Ray. And it's called Rumble. That'll teach you how to play the 4 chords that are like the fundamentals for most rock and roll songs. It'll teach you how to play E, it'll teach you how to play D, it'll teach you how to play G, and it'll teach you how to play B. That is like most rock and roll songs are made with 4 chords. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, Dan, I think so. I totally disagree. You learn chords and tabs implicitly. You learn chords and tabs implicitly through tabs. You don't learn to improvise, but you do learn music theory. Yeah, Jordis, I would say that it's, you know, it's really, that's really, everybody's different. You know, that's why I made sure to include, like, learn whatever makes the most sense in your head. But what you really want to do is learn improv, like, not improvisation, but you want to gain a pretty good understanding of the instrument that you're playing and where the different notes are on the instrument. So, like, I'm not saying you need to go, like, read sheet music, but it definitely will help. I thought that reading sheet music would make me better at playing the guitar, and the truth is that, yes, it absolutely did. Just food for thought, I suppose. Yeah, playing Link Ray is really what drove that home for me. Wow, 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 boo, doo, 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 wow, 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 wow. Are you watching the UK space launch tonight, live in 2 hours? For the second time? Yes, I am, Dan. I would hope. Plus, learning your way is good. Yeah, Shin, the biggest thing is, like, you can learn whatever you want. Some guys learn with tabs like Jordis. I didn't like to do that way because when I was playing with my dad played in a band, and he's a keyboardist, and he would be like, oh, this is in this key, and I'd be like, okay. I don't know what that means. So, you learn your way. The best thing to do is just to stick with it. You just got to keep doing it. That's the secret to most things in life. Like any skill you want to pick up, it could be like interpretive dancing, or it could be welding, or it could be playing the guitar. Just do it. Just do it a little bit every day. Working out, I know it's a new year. A lot of people make resolutions to, you know, oh, I'm going to make a resolution. I'm going to lose weight. Just do it a little bit every day. Just work out for 20 minutes every day. 20 minutes of your time. You can watch YouTube while you're doing it. You can go on social media and browse social media while you're doing it. No problem. Ingwe Malmsteen is about this all about scales and arpeggios. Eat your greens. Yep. Yeah, intense guitar playing. My orchestra instructor always said that practice doesn't make perfect, but perfect practice makes perfect. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of on the subject matter, but don't forget to eat better, not just work out. Yeah. Thank you for the tips. Interesting that 4 chords is enough for most music. So practice and of course, have fun. Yeah, literally that. Literally that, dude. Perseverance is what pays off in this day and age, dude. And if it was easy, everybody would do it. All you got to do is just give a little bit of your time. Now, how I rationalize that in my head, or how I did it when I was playing the guitar, I would start the stream for 10 minutes trying to play stuff. I did that for probably about a year straight, give or take. For basically all of 2019, I'd start the stream with the guitar. You guys remember that? And people would be like, oh, can you play this? And it eventually got to a point where I just could figure it out because I know the guitar. I know how it works. I know where the different notes and stuff are on the guitar. Yes, you covered Nobody's Fault But Mine exactly 154 times. Yeah. My dad's restringing that guitar right now, but I have the bass. I have the Jaguar in the garage. Fender Jag. I drew up a Jag. You ever played live? I've played in front of people, Hal, but not like in a concert. So like, I think the most I've ever played in front of is probably about 50 people. At like a function and stuff. That's about it. Like, I'm not... It was at like a... I think it was a family reunion or something, if I'm remembering right. But yeah, I played the drums though. But I can mess with the bass and I can mess with the guitar enough to be dangerous. Where's all my damn gray concrete? Where did that end up? Where did I put it? Wasn't playing on stream count? I don't think so. Playing on stream is different than playing in front of a bunch of people in my mind. Yeah, exactly, yes. Yeah. That's what I mean about just doing it. Shin, if you stick with it and you stick with it and you play for like 10 minutes every day, seriously, just play for 10 minutes, just pick a song and try to play it. It doesn't matter if you can't play it, it doesn't matter if you don't complete it, it doesn't matter if you only learn one part of the song. Just pick a song, play it, try to get at least a bit, like, okay, say, oh, I like this. I don't think you should start with this, but this is the first thing that popped in my head. I like this Jimi Hendrix song. I want to play this part of this Jimi Hendrix song, right? Do that, and, we don't want light. We want gray concrete powder, so we need that gray dye. Do that, and you'll, eventually, it'll just become second nature. I guarantee in 6 months, you'll be proficient. Like, you just got to do it every day. That's a huge one. But yeah, how I started is, like, I started with tabs, and that only got me so far. So I had to start learning more about the music, etc., etc. It's nice to get feedback as you play. Twitch counts. I mean, yeah, that's part of it with me, dudes. I put myself out on the internet, and I said, don't hold back, everybody. If I suck, tell me. Or if I'm not playing the right notes, or if I'm playing out of tune or whatever. And believe me, if you're doing something wrong on the internet, especially when it comes to playing the guitar, people do let you know. All right, there we go. I can start building out half slabs here. Sand. Gravel. Gravic. Is your jumper on the merchandise store? This? Jim? No. This is a hockey shirt. I had to change my hoodie because it's not football season for me anymore. Your son loves hockey? This is, so this jersey that I have here is an 06 jersey. I like this. It's the original 6 teams that started the NHL. So it's the Blackhawks, the Bruins, the Red Wings, the Rangers, the Maple Leafs, and the Habs. Speaking of, hat redeems are still disabled. Good. I hate, like, we can just, like, burn this side of this. We can keep those two and just burn that one as well. Did you get that power monitor yet? It's coming next week, Tessa. But yeah, 06 teams. I mean, as a Bruins fan, I'm just kind of obligated to hate everyone. We need the dyes. I know I have dyes in here somewhere. Either that or I left them at the last build site. So let's go over there. I got a strong suggestion request. When you get a chance, watch Konami Goes Wild. Intense guitar playing. Nah, I'm good. Maybe I left it over here. That's bricks. That's yellow. Ah, there we go. There's the gray dye. We need this for building all the roads. Ah, there's yellow concrete. White concrete. And this is white concrete powder. Excelente. Perfect. Bricks and wood. Glass. I'll take the dirt. You can always use more. Alright, we'll take these shulkers, even though they're full of junk. Junk drawer. Yeah, slime balls, I don't care. Josh Allen was on fire against the Patriots. Guys, like, okay, I swear, I'm not just saying this because the Patriots lost. Look, I want the Bills to win. It would be, I think, as a Patriots fan, it would be hilarious to have them lose the Super Bowl. But I definitely think they're in contention for it. Now, with that being said, I'll buck the trend of being a complete jerk and say, like, look, you needed 2 acts of freaking the Lord himself to freaking beat the Patriots. Those 2 punt returns, right? Now, that's hilarious. You beat the Patriots, division rival. I get it. Good job. Tip my cap. That's amazing. But T-Man, to be honest with you, look, man, it's the playoffs. Take it from somebody who's watched a team that's been in the playoffs for a very long time. For about 20 years. The games are going to get harder from here. You can't rely on miraculous plays like that to win. And I think, like, I'm trying to be at least a little bit cordial here. If there's Bills fans out there, you look, those 2 touchdowns don't happen. Those 2 punt returns don't happen. You lose. You lose the game. It's just food for thought. Like, I'm not saying that the Patriots got their tail kicked. We suck. We suck. We're terrible. You guys, we deserve to lose. But also at the same time, you get into the postseason, they got to be ready for that. And there's no, I don't have any doubts that they are. It's just something to take note of. Yeah, Havix. As you get from here on out, man, you can't rely on teams to make bonehead mistakes like the Patriots. That's what I'm getting at. Oh, nice, World. You started making the trains. Josh Allen looks like a man playing against little boys someplace. Dude, he's good. He's a great quarterback. And I'll be honest, don't tell anybody. I like Josh Allen. I like how he leaves it all out on the field. The guy plays his heart out. He plays with heart, and that's very, very admirable. I kind of wish Mac Jones did that, but hey, it is what it is. He'll figure it out eventually. But they gotta be careful. That's something that I think they have to learn. They haven't been there in a while. So I think the Bills have the potential to get there. I think they will get there. I just think it's gonna take. You can't really rely on crap like that. You can't rely on the other team making idiot mistakes, because no one's going to make those mistakes when they get further into as they get further in, you get closer to the Super Bowl, can't rely on that crap. Because the other teams won't make those mistakes. You think Rodgers will retire? Yeah. Yes, I do. As a 49ers fan, I'm glad Detroit won. Yeah, I suppose. But yeah, I think they need to watch out because they're good. But, you know, be careful. What I'm saying is don't get too far up your own tail, because yeah, if you get to the point where it's arrogant, and don't get me wrong, I don't think I get that vibe from Buffalo too much, but you know, nothing is set in stone. This can go sideways very fast. It's like when we're playing Hunt the Streamer, dudes. Hunt the Streamer can go, you think you're on top of the world, and then, nope. You're pinned, and then you die. Football works like that. The winds change very quickly. I'm a Cowboys fan you're very worried about yesterday. Yeah, gotta be careful, man. That's a junk drawer. But yeah, I wish them all the best. I actually like that team, and I'm kind of conflicted internally because I should hate the Bills, but I don't hate that team. They're a good team. They're a good team. Great personnel, and that's what it takes, dude. That's what it takes to build a football team, man. This stuff takes time and it takes effort. This is the culmination of years of effort. Literally years. It takes a long time to build a franchise like that. I mean, and nobody probably knows it better than Buffalo fans. You know, they had to deal with the Patriots for 20 years. It takes time. Big steps for the UK tonight. First ever continental Europe orbital launch. Yep. So, during the Booster 7 rollout, 2 new pipes were spotted, one on either side of the booster. These pipes line up with the newly added engine purge lines on S24. Oh, that's interesting, Thomas. Alright, we're going to need some of this gray dye here. And then... It won't let me finish off the damn stack. There we go. There we go. Wasn't hitting the stupid thing right. Excellent. All right, let's start filling in these roads. Give me a minute, you'll jump back in, okay? Do you think Brock Purdy carries the Niners to the bowl? It's possible. It's possible. I think the 40... Dude, that's the other thing about football, man. That's another thing about American football, and I get it. It's not soccer. You know, believe me, you can't talk about American football for like 2 seconds without someone that's European saying that it's not, you know, football. But that's another story. It's not just the quarterback, dude. The quarterback does make a difference, big difference, but it's not everything. And I know that sounds weird, but like, you look at Tom Brady, for example. How Tom Brady got his break in the NFL is by being a backup quarterback. He was a backup quarterback for New England. Drew Bledsoe hurt himself, and he came in and finished it. He came in and finished it, and then finished it again, and again, and again, and again, and then lost one, and then again. No, and then lost one, and then lost one, and then again, and then again, and then again. You know what I mean? It's not just the QB. I mean, another good example would be 2017. The Eagles in 2017, Wentz was amazing, and Nick Folk finished the job in the postseason, even though Wentz was hurt. And funnily enough, What are those two quarterbacks doing? You know? Not everybody's a Tom Brady. Not every quarterback's an Aaron Rodgers. You know what I mean? It's not just the QB. It's personnel. It's like building an army, dude. You can't... Your army, like, think about it like warfare. Your army can't just all be Navy SEALs. If everyone's a Navy SEAL, then no one's a Navy SEAL. Then it doesn't work that way. As long as Burrow stays upright, the Bengals prosper. I like Burrow. Burrow's a good dude. Interesting. I have no idea what you're saying. Yeah, Chief, think about it like having a good crew on a ship. You're only as strong as your weakest link. That's really the truth. That's the truth of the matter. You're only strong as your weakest link. If you have a crew of the best captain and the best first mate and the best everything and one of just, I don't know all the positions on a maritime ship. One guy is not doing his job, and it's not going to work. Ain't going to fit like that. Yeah, I don't mind Burrow either, and I shouldn't like the Bengals. Lord knows the Bengals fans don't like the Patriots. We terrorized them for like 20 years. We terrorized a lot of teams for 20 years. Don't you have redundancy? You have backups? Yeah, sure, of course. There's three backups. Triple redundant backups, Chief, in case people get hurt, people get injured. Sure, absolutely. But, you know, that's football, man. You got to train all the backups. Training all the backups is going to take time, and you don't have time. That's what I mean when I say building a football franchise takes years. It takes years to get it right. Years, because look, you might not have all three of your, you know, quarterbacks trained up, and obviously you're going to prioritize on the starting quarterback, right? And then what happens if you spend 2 months, you know, they start football and basically they start during the summertime in the US. They start during the summer, and then they, you know, they play from basically late August all the way to now. And say you spend 2 months of training during the summer, you spend all that time training your first string quarterback, and then he gets injured in the first game. You're screwed. So you have backups, but that's one of the things, dude. There's only a certain amount of time. So there's only a certain amount of time in the day to train all these backups. You obviously want to focus on your first string, but you can't not train your backups either. That's for like every position, dude. It's a hard thing to do. Football is like, that's what I mean about, you know, building franchises. I mean, I'm sure that soccer is similar in that regard. I'm positive, because it's a team building exercise, right? You know, you don't just benefit from one player, even though I kind of notice it in soccer a little bit more. With soccer, you can have just a guy that's absolutely disgusting on your team, and it makes an absolute big difference. In football, you could have the best quarterback in the world and still have a losing record. Look at if you look at Tom Brady, the quarterback from New England for the longest time, look at Tampa Bay. I mean, Tampa Bay's doing okay, but they have literally a 6-time Super Bowl champion quarterback, and they're not going to the postseason. At least I'm pretty sure. Trey Lance, yeah. They actually got in? Dude, I can't believe that. Hey, Spoder. Wait, it's daytime out. Why are you angry? Stop it, stupid Spoder. Tampa Bay actually got in? Interesting. See that? Yeah, I mean, so I suppose it is what it is in, you know, to an extent in football. Like, you could still have really good players, but as I'm telling you, it's a team sport. Not every quarterback's Tom Brady. You know what I mean? That guy lives and breathes football. He likes football like I like space flight. And like, dude, I could have told you when he retired that he wasn't gonna retire. Oh yeah, you're retired. Okay. Nope. A guy that likes the sport that much, you're not gonna be able to get him away from the game. It's just, he's gonna have a hard time letting go. A lot of athletes are that way, you know, when you just get like that. But see, the crazy thing about Tom Brady is that he hasn't really fallen off, which is crazy. They won the NFC South with a losing record. Would be wild if they went on to win the whole thing. He likes football more than his family. I can't say that I agree with that one, Canadian, but if that's the way you want to be, it means clearly it means a lot to him. Clearly she doesn't, but you know, I don't feel comfortable talking about, you know, players' personal lives. That's because that's not the sport. I don't know. Every relationship is different. They got in because the NFC South was really weak. Yeah, pretty much, dude. I know what you meant, Aquino. Yeah, be careful. Tom will come. He'll come and bite you. You know, you'll have a minute left, and you'll be up by a touchdown, and then all of a sudden, in that freaking minute, guy drives down the field, makes a miraculous freaking touchdown, and now the game's tied. Now you get the ball back. It's like, okay, we were gonna win this game a second ago, dude. I've seen it, and that's like. I don't know. That's what I mean about like commenting on the Bills, dude. I've watched a postseason. We've been so lucky being Patriots fans for the longest time. Like being a Pats fan. Don't get me wrong. I remember in the '90s the Patriots were terrible. Like I'm old enough to remember when they were actually bad. I mean they are once again bad, but dude, freaking. I've watched all this super awesome, like almost like as close as you can get to perfection with freaking football for the longest time. I know what it takes to freaking see, you know, Super Bowl wins and stuff, dude. And that's why I'm like, you know, the Bills can't rely on those miraculous freaking plays like that, because if you do, you're gonna lose, which sucks. Like I firmly think that the Bills got robbed last year too. There was they suffered from a terrible call. But once again, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah, they suffered from a terrible call, right? But they suffer from a terrible call, but you can't leave it down to chance like that. If you know the refs are going to make terrible calls and you know the refereeing crew is dog crap, then you got to be careful. You know, if you're on a team and you know you win a game because of the call from the referees, right? Or you don't win a game because of the ref's call. Yeah, that sucks. And yes, the reffing crew is probably wrong and they suck, etc., etc. But Alex, last crate over here. I put down some gray concrete powder. If a ref's call is the difference between you and you winning and you're losing, that means you're not playing good enough. Like, that's the truth. I mean, the same case can be made in soccer. If, you know, guy gets a yellow card, guy gets a red card and gets thrown out of the game, like, if you're relying on that one player and you lose miserably because of that one player, well, you ain't a team. You know what I mean? Bad calls and with like officiating and stuff in any sport are a good way to basically show where your team's flaws are, because once again, if a bad call is the difference between you winning and losing, you didn't play good enough. Bad calls should be taken into account. The referees, the umpires, the stewards, they're all going to make bad calls. That's a constant. They always make terrible calls. They're the stewards or the referees or the umpire. They always make crappy calls. That's just kind of in their DNA. Never going to get it 100% right. No one can. Should see the lift here soon. Okie dokie. Pretty much, yes. Yeah. If it comes down to a ref's decision, you didn't play good enough. Kind of like Josh Allen. In what regard to what I was saying, Bandit? Yeah, it's the same. Yeah, same in jiu-jitsu, man. Yeah, absolutely. Kind of like Josh Allen. Bandit, what were you saying that in regards to? Just, sorry, I was thinking about it. Josh Allen being full of miracle throws. Dude, he's a good quarterback. Like, I can't sit there and do the Bills dirty. He's a good quarterback, and we deserve to lose. I mean, the Bills manhandled us. It was pretty, it hurt to watch, but I did watch it, you know? Steam, what's going on? Oh, yeah, Bandy, yeah, for sure. Yeah, no, I mean, that's what I mean. He's good, man. I like how he plays his heart out. That really, you could tell with Josh Allen, like, and don't get me wrong, he's a different type of quarterback than Tom Brady, but you could tell he loves the game. It comes through in the way you play, if you love the game. It's like me with Kerbal. You know what I mean? You guys know that I love Kerbal. I love that game. I love it. It's my favorite. Like, it's pretty obvious to tell, because if I didn't like it, you know I would play the game differently. No, missing the playoffs because of the Jets and the Dolphins, that hurts. I don't know what to tell you, Ewok. I mean, we didn't make it either. Both my teams got eliminated yesterday, the Lions and the freaking Patriots. We both got zapped, which sucks, but it is what it is. I mean, honestly, Ewok, I can't sit here and say even if the Patriots made it into the playoffs, they would have gotten railed. So would the Steelers. We would have gotten manhandled. Well, the Browns didn't make it either, so that makes you feel a little better. It's pretty funny. Yeah, right? You would have gotten destroyed. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you. At least you're not as bad as the Cards or the Texans. Bandit, the Cards need to clean house. It's time. They need to clean up shop. How can you have that talent on your team? How can you have Kyler Murray on your team and suck that hard? What was your record? What was their record? Like 4-12? How is that even possible? Okay, time for work. All right, I'll see you. 4-13. How can you have Kyler Murray on your team and lose that hard? Harbaugh? I don't like the Harbaughs, Denny. I don't like them. I don't like either one of them. I really don't like the Harbaughs for I don't like them for the Deflategate nonsense. They were really the big proponents of that, and it pissed me off. Look, man. How about you shut up and let the refs play the game? It's like they basically did the head coach equivalent of when a player goes up to the referee and basically yells at the referee enough to get them to throw the flag or something. They basically did the coach's version of that. And you can say, you know, I get it. Probably just pissed off Michigan and Ravens fans. I get it. But also, that's pathetic, dude. Frick off. Gonna cry? Maybe whine about a deflated football, maybe? So I'm not really a fan of those guys, but I mean they both have head coaching jobs, so they're clearly not too bad at it. To be fair, if you thought your team had been wrong, wouldn't you speak up? I would do it off the record, Creeper. I would do it off the record. I wouldn't. If I have a problem, I won't speak out publicly, dude. Like that. It's like if I have problems with viewers on stream, I address things, privately, you know what I mean? Them going out and being, 100% sure that, the football, they were cheating, the football pressures and stuff, blah, 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 blah. How can you be so sure? You weren't even there. We got robbed. It's like, dude... like, the NFL even found no wrongdoing. What are you talking about? There you go. Yeah, Havix, there you go. I hope Baker starts to knock it out of the park. The Browns should have stuck with him and pushed through. He's not a lead with him in. Yeah. Yeah, I just don't really... Those don't look like crosswalks. Yeah. Oh yeah, we gotta fill in some stuff there. Ad time. Okay. How were we doing it before? Canadian, hold on. I'm gonna find the damn crosswalks. Oh, okay. I see how you want this set up. So inset 1, 2x2, and then 1 space, and then that. Yeah, we can do this up. That's no problem. We also got to put the sidewalks in as well. Okay, inset 1. Where do you think Sean Payton will end up? My dad had an interesting theory when I talked to him this morning, Bandit. His theory was, New England. Maybe, he said maybe Bill will switch to being like a general manager, the GM of the Patriots, instead of a coach, and get Sean Payton in there, which I'm like, huh, that's not actually it's not a bad idea. I don't actually hate that. No shot, Greg? You think so? I mean, it's a little far-fetched. I'll admit, I'd be like, that's not the worst thing. It's not the worst proposal I've heard, but I think if Bill, this is what I told my old man, I think if Bill is done, he's done. If Bill doesn't want none of it no more, that's it. In fact, I'm pretty sure. Like, if he's done, he's gonna separate himself from the sport, and that's it. You know, enjoy the time while it lasted. Do you think the Ravens will re-sign Lamar? I hope so. Lamar Jackson's a good quarterback, dude. He's just, these young quarterbacks, dude. I call it RG3 syndrome. Right? These young quarterbacks, they want, you know, the game is changing. The meta of football is changing. It's always been changing. It always changes. But, you know, you get quarterbacks like Aaron Rodgers, you get quarterbacks like Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, Eli Manning. They're from a different era, a different meta of the game. You know what I mean? So, like, even if you're still, you know, like Peyton Manning, dude, there's no doubt that Peyton Manning could go be the quarterback of a team right now and probably be good. Same with Eli. I'm convinced they could both do it. But the game changes. The game is always evolving because you run plays. It's always changing all the time. So, you know, these young quarterbacks, this is what I mean about this, and what does RG3 syndrome mean? These young quarterbacks want to run down the field. That's the meta, having your quarterback basically be the halfback as well, right? Hey, Cyber. Yeah, you know, having the quarterback basically be your halfback, and that there's nothing wrong with that. But these quarterbacks, just like RG2, RG3, he's a great quarterback. He's fantastic. But you notice how he fell off? It's because you hurt yourself too much. Because you put yourself down the field and you're putting yourself at the mercy of cornerbacks, defensive cornerbacks, defensive linebackers. Defensive quarterbacks and defensive linebackers are insane. Insane. Anybody that's played hand egg knows exactly what I'm talking about. They are insane. You are gonna get light. You're gonna get sucker punched. You're gonna get hit. You're gonna get, you know, even if the guy doesn't mean it, you're gonna get a helmet to helmet, and it's gonna hurt. I'm from the UK. I have no idea what you're talking about here. Yeah, Cyber. Yeah, no, I know. You guys are not a fan of hand egg. It's a shame. I'm pretty sure you guys would like it too. Dude, it's war. It's warfare. The football's war games. It really is. There's strategy to it. There's metas. There's different theaters of war. That's why do you think we like it so much, man? It's freaking war. I like leaving it as powder, shoddy. I think it looks better. I'm like kind of frankly amazed that you guys don't like it as much. Yeah, rugby probably scratches that itch for you guys. That makes sense. We're installing all the sidewalks here. Like I thought, you know, more people would like it, but yeah, I guess if you have rugby, then football doesn't. Football seems a little strange. I like how the gravel has texture to it, man. That's a misplace. There we go. The tiles on 24 look pretty good. Yeah, there's still gaps in them. Yeah, there you go. T-minus 118 minutes. I can keep track of it, Dan. You don't need to keep posting links, but I appreciate the enthusiasm, dude, for sure. Spot for the time lapse. L'chaim! All right. So what we're doing is we're building out more roads to expand our city right now. And I'm talking about football, but that's what we're doing in Minecraft.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Maverick. Thanks, buddy. We have 2 Flacon tonight. Yep. Yes, Flacon. Do you think a shuttle launch is in the cards? It might be a little bit It might be a little bit tough, J-Speed. I didn't anticipate this many launches happening today. But that's just kind of how it played out. Last night when I was going to sleep, I was like, I watched the Lions game, and I was, speaking of football, I watched the Lions game, and then I passing thought, I'm like, wait, wasn't there supposed to be a Falcon 9 launched tonight? And then I literally fell asleep before, like, while I had that damn thought. I fell asleep, and I woke up this morning, I'm like, oh, thank gosh, it's scrubbed. The Falcon 9 from Slick 40 is a probability violation of 70%. The one from Slick 40 is a probability of less than 10. Oh, crap. Alex, leave the server. Leave the server. Tell me when it's daytime, dudes. There's too many baddies. Yeah, see, we're building out all these roads here. Meanwhile, watch Starship. I have been, dude. I have it up on the screen. Can't you see that? Sleep. There we go. Can't believe how much the Lions improved this year. Dan Campbell is exactly what that team needed. I told Bremo at the beginning of the year that Dan is exactly what they needed. Dan's exactly what they needed because Dan gives a frick. And that's not to say that every coach doesn't care about the team. But you know that Dan Campbell cares about Detroit. He cares about Detroit and he cares about Michigan. And he cares about his team. And that, trust me, somebody that's marrying a girl from Michigan, they care about that a lot. And that's rightly so. You should care about your city. That's cool. It's really cool to see, actually. To be honest, it really makes me happy because dude, I was a Lions fan even before I started dating Bremo. I've always liked the Lions, because I like Detroit. So I've been keenly aware of this for a long time. People from Michigan really care. They really give a frick about their city and stuff. I mean, in fact, people from Michigan, and that's not to say that people from every state, don't work. People from Michigan work hard. They work hard. They work hard and they take no crap from nobody. Which is actually pretty freaking cool, dude. I mean, do you really want to frick with with people from a city that's been through what Detroit's been through? I don't think that's a good idea. That city's been to hell and back, man. Your mom's from Michigan, Nova? That's cool. I like Dan a lot. I'm so glad Aiden Hutchinson got drafted there. Back? Oh, yes. Yeah, of course. Detroit is not as bad as it was in the 80s and the 90s, dude. Not even close. Not even close. You can actually walk around the city and not get stabbed. Anybody from Metro Detroit knows exactly what I'm talking about. You know what I mean? Because you have that same attitude. You should, it's not just Michigan. You should have that attitude. Don't take no crap from nobody. But that doesn't mean be an arrogant prick all the time either. What's a good floor to use in the tower? Concrete would probably do you right, Linus. Building like that, you'd have concrete floors. FTV stock, devs of Elite Dangerous. Frontier Development, F1 Manager has lost nearly 50% value today. Why? I've walked around Detroit, Metro Detroit, like the city. I've walked around the city at night before. It's not too bad. Used to be not very good. It's like a bad earnings release. Yeah. Hey, Yorgles. What's up, buddy? F1 Manager's sales are below expectations. Well, yeah, F1 Manager's a good game, but I really like it a lot, but I think, honestly, their decision to stop development on the game and start working on next year's game really screwed them. It's kind of why I stopped playing, because they changed it and they made the game extremely hard, and they didn't have the tire wear dialed in correctly, and then they said, nah, that's the final patch. They did it like 2 months after the game came out. They were like, yeah, we're not updating it anymore. We're working on next year's game. It's just like, typical year-to-year shovelware. Exactly why I stopped playing NHL games. No improvement year-to-year, just a $70 roster upgrade. Grav, and you know what the interesting part about that is? That I'm almost freaking convinced that, actually, I'm pretty damn convinced of this. If they build it as a $70 roster upgrade and then, patch the game a little bit, brush some things up here and there, and made it a DLC instead, or like a subscription service, people would go for it. I don't know why people like sports games don't do this, and I know what people are gonna say. Oh, more money. They make more money just releasing a new game every year. Dude, I'm pretty damn convinced that they wouldn't, actually. You go to a subscription service and you build the game over time, I'm pretty sure they wouldn't. I'd say that's a more long-term investment, and I honestly think that you'd end up making more money in the long run. You're a subscription service. Oh, bro, no, don't at me. But yeah, that's just me. Who knows? Maybe I'm wrong. I mean, clearly I don't know exactly what I'm talking about because no one has done this yet. But if they went to like Grav, you remember how like old MMOs were set up? Like, okay, so they went to like a World of Warcraft type thing where, you get a roster updates and a season pass, dude. So like a yearly subscription, and they with the subscription, you just get free roster updates, dude. People would buy it. People would buy it, and people would keep buying it. And if it's good enough, people will still buy it. World of Warcraft is the pretty much the prime example of what I'm talking about. Yeah, exactly, Grab Shark. Free to play is yucky. Sloppy, short-term business model. Where did I put the half slabs? There we go. Trackmania does that. Yeah, and look, people like that game. I'm telling you, your profits, you will have more sustainable profits in the long term if you do stuff like that. But that goes back to what I was saying at the beginning of the stream. No one wants to spend money. It's like, oh, no, it's too expensive. We won't see a return on investment for a little while. Yep, okay. Short gains, right? Everything is short gain focused, which is all right. If that's how you want to be. iRacing is a very good example. Yeah, Viz, that's actually a really good example of what I'm talking about.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
And F1, just F1 Manager, not F1 Manager 23, just F1 Manager. That's it. And you get new driver updates and patches to the game and car updates. Dude, pin it as a subscription service, you would make bank after 5 years. It's not even like that's almost guaranteed with how popular Formula 1 is nowadays. How are you today? I'm good, Viz. How are you? Shy, 18 months. Thanks, man. Speaking of, when are you ready for Vegas? Yeah. They need a decent base game. Yeah, well, that was the first mistake. Alex, get some dirt and fill in the sides of the sidewalk here. Mention F1 track looping through the VAB. Summary. A nosedive 40% after issuing a profit warning. Frontier said it expects profit to come in below forecast. Uncertainty from Foundry, its arm which develops games alongside partner studios. Frontier said it is still impossible to surpass last year's record. Well, certainly anybody that knows anything about business would know that you're not gonna see the numbers that you saw, the sales and stuff that you saw when everybody was home during COVID. I'm not expecting 1,500 viewers a freaking night, dude, but during COVID, we were, during prime time, during COVID, man, it's up 700-800 viewers a night, dude. If you expect that type of growth after COVID, you're a terrible freaking investor, or terrible business. That's stupid. Terrible business model, man. Or am I not thinking about that right? I don't know. That just seems like I can speak to this, I think, because of personal experience. I looked at the numbers during COVID, man. Minecraft streams, 500-600 viewers. And nowadays, Minecraft gets 250, 300. Something like that. Turns out business people are not often that perceptive. Interesting. Is that where I'm at right now, Benno? 360 is pretty good for a Minecraft stream, dude. Tomorrow's going home. Nice. That's cool. Yeah, Sam, that would actually work. I think that would be a very good business model. Just have a manager series that has the licensed titles, but F1 ain't gonna do that because they want a cash grab themselves. They want exclusivity because it's Formula One. Also, miss expectations by a couple of percent. The stock nosedives. That makes 0 sense. Should be a small dip at most. Well, Yarg, the truth of the matter is that, there's a streamer on Twitch called Stock Guy, and I'm pretty sure, Stocky's a good streamer. I watch him from time to time when I get a chance. He's usually on in the mornings before I start. Now, I do watch him kind of vicariously through Brimo, but some of the stuff that he says is pretty spot on. There's no ebb and flows. There's no ebb and flows to stocks. It's all based on confidence. There's no formulas. And Michael Reeves actually proved that in a YouTube video. He had a goldfish pick the stock for him. And then Michael Reeves is a kind of, I would call a STEM guy. He does kind of like what I do, but he's a little bit of a different flavor than how I operate. But really, really awesome YouTuber. He put out a video. About stocks and how stock advice is bullcrap. And Stocky, said the same thing. Says the same thing. Like, there's no rhyme or reason to this. There's some, you can kind of predict what's going on, but it's no guarantees. There's no guarantees. It's always a risk. Right? And what happened in that Michael Reeves video is he had a goldfish that was swimming around in a tank. And behind it, there was 2 monitors. And the 2 monitors showed a stock, right? And he wrote the code to make this work. And whatever side the goldfish swam to, he would invest in that stock. And he just kept doing it. He ran the goldfish simulation for, I don't know, however long, right? And then he showed the results. And then he used Wall Street Bets as a control. So he would invest in Wall Street Bets, right? And then have his goldfish pick the stocks. I'm not even kidding. It's a YouTube video. It's up there. It's awesome. It's really, really funny. And he would have his goldfish pick out the stocks, right? And at the end of the day, he showed the Wall Street Bets stuff to like I forget, like stock advice people, right? He showed the Wall Street Bet stuff and then his goldfish like portfolio, and then the portfolio based off of buying stuff on Wall Street Bets, like on the Reddit forum, right? And the Wall Street Bets on Reddit is supposedly a consortium of like people that really know and people that really understand the market. And he showed all this stuff to people who analyze the market and stuff. I think it was or stocks YouTubers and whatever, and they all picked the goldfish. They're like, oh, this goldfish, the investment portfolio from, they didn't know at the time, but the investment portfolio from the goldfish is a lot better than Wall Street Bets, And they're like, who did this? Where did this come from? And Michael Reeves is like, it came from my friggin' goldfish. And they were like, wait, what? He's like, yeah, my goldfish predicted this. So, the stock market doesn't make sense. That's what I'm getting at. No, this is not on Peaceful Shotty. Nope. Is Wall Street Bets really the best control? I mean, if you watch the video, I'm pretty sure Michael Reeves is a self-taught engineer, kind of like me. He goes into pretty good detail as to why he chose to do that, which it's an awesome video. Michael Reeves is also the YouTube STEM engineer where his chat donated enough, because he streams on Twitch. His chat donated enough money for him to buy a Spot from Boston Dynamics. So he has a Spot robot, and he modified it and literally made the Spot robot piss in a mug, piss beer into a mug. So if you put a mug on the ground, the robot will walk up to it, center itself over it, and pee in it. But it'll pee beer, and you could just drink it. You drink the beer. So the goldfish is the next Warren Buffett. That was the whole thought exercise, Maverick. Yep. And then he made it pee in front of Boston Dynamics, which is hilarious. That's really, really funny, actually. Yeah, good. Shameless shout out from Michael Reeves. Hilarious, dude. Really, really funny YouTuber. Honestly, yeah, and that just shows you that the stock market really, I mean, there are certain ebbs and flows to the market, and that's like macroeconomics versus microeconomics. If it's just you personally investing in the stock market, you're getting into microeconomics, dude. But if you get into macroeconomics, there's rhythms and flows there, but it's about as good as predicting the damn weather, dude. Even weathermen, self-admittedly, meteorologists, there are short-term weather reports, and there are long-term weather reports. So, like, a meteorologist would be able to tell you that in the winter it's going to get cold. Long-term report, right? A meteorologist cannot tell you what the weather will be like in a month. Except saying, oh, it's December or it's January, it's going to be cold. They can't do medium time frame predictions, and I think that I think that the stock market is the same to an extent. And once again, I'm not some crazy economics guru, Guess yourself a good S&P 500 mutual fund. Reminds me of Liz Truss and the lettuce. Oh, jeez. Yeah, exactly. Random question. Favorite Cold War era fighter? It's the F4 Phantom by a long shot. By a very long shot. And I know people are, you know, the armchair generals are going to be like, well, EJ, enjoy not having a machine gun. All right. I can go faster than you. Like, way faster than you. Yeah, exactly, Aqualex. Mm-hmm. Well, the F4 Phantom is still one of the fastest fighter planes around. By a long shot, actually. It can go just as fast as an F-22, which is hilarious to me. You can go just as fast as an F-22. You can go just as fast as an F-35, Eurofighter. That can go faster than some of them, which is hilarious. Yeah, and it's 60 years old. And, you know, that was... The funny thing is that, you know, I said, oh, people give crap for not having a machine gun. The F4 doesn't have a machine gun on it for point defense, because the meta, the kind of thought process from the people that created it, the thought process from McDonnell Douglas at the time was, I can go faster than anything, so I don't need to. We don't need to put a machine gun. You get into a dogfight, you just fly away. Which, I'll admit, that was a really stupid idea, because they had, in Vietnam, they had these multi-million-dollar F4 fighters getting shot down by MiGs from the 50s. Whose jersey is that? It's not a jersey, it's an 06 hoodie, Jacobs. The meta changed. The 22 isn't meant to be fast. I don't think the meta changed that much, Level. I think the F-22 does everything that they wanted the F-4 Phantom to do. Basically, the idea, and once again, I'm just an armchair general. I've never served. Never been active military. I'm a civilian, so you know, at least I disclose my armchair generalness. You know what I mean? But isn't the idea of the F-22 to never get into a dogfight? But if you do get into a dogfight, you'll outmaneuver everybody. Isn't that the idea? That's what the F-4 Phantom set out to do. The idea was to never ever have to dogfight. If you dogfight, you lost. And you know what the messed up part is? They weren't wrong. Yeah, they weren't wrong. Is that a frog? It is, Yard. Froggy, froggy. What's ad time? You redeem that, I run an ad. The Air Force variant of the F4, the F4E, did have a machine gun. That's right. Damn frog, get off my road. I mean, the idea, like I said, the idea is that if you get into a dogfight, you're pretty much screwed. But, you know, every fighter plane is a trade-off, you know. Glory to the Hypno-Toad. It's just play, damn it, Yard. Yeah, I don't have the hat commands on because we disabled them last week because I wanted to just wear the Hoonigan hat. But, yeah, if somebody redeems one hat command, that's either keep or take the hat. If somebody redeems the opposite command to that within 5 seconds, yeah. You have to do it. So if somebody says, oh, EJ, you gotta change your hat, and then somebody else redeems a channel point, no, he doesn't. Then I don't change the hat if they do it within 5 seconds of the command being declared. I have timestamps on the on your chat messages, guys, so I can see. I can see if it's within the threshold. Get ready for 2,800 word tweets next month. Okay, so Twitter is just becoming forums. Everything that's old is new again. Next thing you know, you'll have Twitter subcategories where people can upvote and downvote comments. And those comments can display themselves in terms of most liked comment or most not liked comment. Pretty sure there's another site that does that. And don't get me wrong, Hail Hydra, there are Twitter threads that I actually do enjoy reading. Like, there's a guy that was that worked in like U.S. Department of Defense logistics that tweets about like just equipment in the Ukraine, like what's going on in Ukraine. He tweets about the equipment, nothing else. It's not like, oh, we should do this or we should do this. He just said, oh, look, they found a T-90 in the Ukraine in this, or oh, look, the Ukrainians are using this, or oh, look, the Russians are using this. This is used for this. The guy basically goes through and explains everything, which is freaking cool. The guy's name is Trent Telenko. He's really awesome. I've learned tons about armored equipment from that guy. Yeah, like he has threads about like you know, vehicle logistics and whatnot, which is actually really freaking cool. And he said like basically a week into when it started going down in the Ukraine, he said a week into it that the Russians are going to lose a ton of equipment. And I'm like, how can you know? He said they're gonna end up losing lots of equipment. And he basically could tell because they didn't change any of the wheel bearings on any of their trucks. They didn't grease the wheel bearings on the trucks. I know what spent wheel bearings looked like, and he pointed out that all the Russian trucks that were driving around had spent wheel bearings on them. You could tell because when a wheel bearing in a truck, heavy duty vehicle, anything, I know this because of my trucks, right? You could, if you see all the grease leaking out all over the rim of the vehicle, that either means you have a blown brake line, or all the grease just combined with water from the thing sitting there, and all the grease leaked out. Because, you know, if you have a wheel bearing, right, and you just leave the truck, and the truck's been sitting for years, right, doing nothing, because it's ex-Soviet equipment, right? If you don't change the wheel bearings, you know, truck being outside, it gets warm, it gets hot, it gets warm, it gets hot, it goes to winter, it goes to summer, it goes to winter, it goes to summer. The grease combines with water, like it'll combine with the water, and so will brake fluid. Brake fluid is hydroscopic. It'll absorb water, and then it'll combine with it, and it'll condense out. The grease actually just leaks out the tires, though. It leaks out onto the tires. You wearing a king sweater? No. Skeletal horses are part of vanilla Minecraft. So, like, that guy was able to tell that it's going, like, they're gonna lose tons of equipment because they're not maintaining it. And he was absolutely spot on, which is actually really cool. Where's all that yellow concrete? Ah, there it is. Sweet. We need more half slabs, dudes, for sidewalks. Concrete is a vanilla thing, yes. This is vanilla with some plugins, dudes, for the most part. And it's survival. All these buildings and stuff, this entire city, all the roads, it's all made in survival. I might have shifted his stealth. Yeah, something like that, Aqualux. That sounds about right. Chocolate. Heard also new diesel engines with filters. After a while, diesel fuel leaks into the engine oil and ruin it. That happens with any car, Steam. Oh, that's anything, dude. That's any car. It's gasoline, diesel, doesn't matter. If you, yeah, eventually, you know, because when you shut the engine off, it basically sprayed some of the combustion chambers. In the car, it sprayed some of the combustion chambers down with gas right before you shut the car off. And then the fuel lines are still primed. They're still full of fuel, anticipating the next time you're going to start the car. Whenever you store a car or truck or whatever, for long periods of time, you clean all that stuff out. You purge it. If you don't, you'll go to start it again, and your fuel line will disintegrate because gasoline basically is paint thinner. It'll eat through rubber hoses. It'll eat through. It won't eat through a piston, but it'll leak around the piston and get into the crankcase. And if your diesel isn't a two-stroke, it'll combine with the oil and it'll liquefy it, which is, yeah, that's not good for the oil. You know why? Because if it was good for it, they would have put that in there to begin with. Oil, in fact, does not like to be combined with gasoline unless you have a two-stroke. Just finished Jack Ryan 2 and 3. What'd you think? I haven't finished 3 yet, so don't say nothing. Jack Ryan's good, man. Really, really good. Really good thriller. Or your Mercedes in F1. Yeah, and then Ferrari did the same thing and they got penalized for it. Yes. I got an idea for this part of the road here, dudes. Because that yellow going through doesn't really look right to me. That's a bus lane. Stop. No, world. Trust me. I know it's a bus lane. I know. I got you, man. Just hear me out, okay? And if you don't like it, you change it back. It's fine. We should consult the Mastodon handbook. Jim Halpert does a good job, Key. What are you talking about? So, world, I know it's a bus lane. Just bear with me here, okay? I thought that making a, Here, I'll just show you. It's gonna be easier to just do it out, and if you don't like it, I'll change it back, dude. Just kind of seeing if we could do like a threshold here, and if it would look good. Hey, Alleviate, what's going on, man? For the crosswalk, like, I think a pedestrian threshold, I think, would look cool here. It breaks up the texture a little bit. I don't know how they do it over their world, but so like if you have a bus lane right here in a place where there's high pedestrian traffic, there's usually like a threshold or something right here. You know what? The yellow line will still look good if it's interspersed in there. Victory lane. I forget that the U.S. has tons of crossings because you guys can't just wander across the alleys willy-nilly. Yeah, that's not a thing. You don't go to the alleys. Well, this is a bus stop, Hell Hydra. It's the stop lane. Let's go every other one to make it not look like Victory Lane, I think. Will you play Starfield? Do you want me to play Starfield? I mean, maybe. Like, I don't know, man. I don't really... I'm not going to say that I don't trust Bethesda, but I got burned after Fallout 76, and when I say burned, I mean I very publicly came in here and stated that Fallout 76 was going to be a good game, and no, it wasn't. It was not a good game. Out of the box, at least. It's gotten better. But yeah, I sat here and had arguments with fanboys for a long time, for like weeks up until, it released, and then I played it and I'm like, wow, they were right. This game is horrible. So, but Todd Howard kind of burned me a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Turns out that 76 was half-assed, and that's sad. And it kind of borked the Fallout franchise, too. They managed to screw up the freaking franchise. Because now people are like, yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna. I mean, so. Kind of, I guess what I'm getting at is like, how do we know? How do we know that Starfield isn't just Fallout in space? How do we know? How are you gonna know? It's Skyrim in space. Well, pick your Bethesda game that you like. Yeah, Blue, fair. Yeah, I've watched a little bit of it, as I haven't gotten around to watching the whole thing, though. Definitely should. Because from what I've seen from that Starfield gameplay, it does look good, but it literally just looks like another Bethesda game, but in space. It feels like they use a template and swap assets. They're notorious for that, dude. It's not going to make any difference. It's going to be a Bethesda game made with the newest version of Gamebryo again, and Todd Howard's going to lie about it again. That's what I mean, Megas. Yeah, it's fool me once. I don't mind the reused assets, Ian. I honestly don't. 3D models, dude. 3D models in games are... dude, that happens. I don't know. It's like reusing hardware with spaceflight. Like, Ian, think, like, what would be a good example? Okay, the shuttle used AJ-10s, right? And how SLS has leftover shuttle motors. Same idea. You reuse assets to save money. I don't mind that. That's really not a problem for me. The thing is you do that with 3D assets. You don't really do that with your main game play. Rockstar is great at not reusing assets. Oh yeah? I mean, yes, I see what you're saying, but even Rockstar does it, but Rockstar does it when it's applicable, because a car in GTA 4 should be in GTA 5. Right? GTA 4 takes place around the same time frame, so cars that were made in GTA 4 on the same game engine have a place in GTA 5. That makes perfect sense, and they are. And the cars that are that make an appearance in GTA 4 and GTA 5, which is pretty much all of them, are ported. You can tell that they're ported, and I can even tell that they were done by a different 3D modeler, because the cars in GTA have soft, like primitive soft body physics. It's not like Beam, right? But they definitely do. And you could tell just by how the car deforms who modeled what, because somebody modeled different. It's not the collision box with soft bodies, but it's how the geometry deforms. I could definitely tell it was made by a different person. In fact, even the newer cars that come out in the game now, they're definitely made by a different 3D artist than even the cars that released at the beginning of GTA. Definitely made by a different person. I.e., they haven't had the same modeler this entire time. Yeah, exactly. Well, Rockstar does it right, yes, and that's part of the reason why I'm totally okay if Rockstar wants to take their time with a game. Because when they're taking their time with a game, they mean it. I mean, I'm not sure if that's exactly the case with GTA 5 to GTA 6, but because, you know, do you have Beam? I do. Bingo, Ian. Oh yeah, absolutely. Ian, what I would really like them to do is do a detail pass on all the cars. And I'll be honest with you, dude, I don't even care if all the cars that are in GTA 5 just end up in GTA 6. They could literally just reuse the cars. I'm like totally cool with that. But I would like a detail pass on the cars. So like if you have an old car or an old truck in the game, right, going through and having more customization options would be a cool idea. But 3D modeling takes time. Take it from somebody that knows. It's very much a bottleneck. Doing 3D art takes time. You're paying a 3D artist a lot of money to redo bumpers on a 10-year-old asset at this point. So that's why Rockstar doesn't do it. RDR2 was the best story game I've ever played. I agree. Red Dead is a masterpiece. It is a masterpiece in masterclass in gaming and storytelling. It's perfect. Red Dead Online kind of sucked, but hey, Milo. Red Dead is, yeah, yes, that is a masterclass. When that is the standard for how games should be made. And that's why, despite all the crap that Rockstar gets, I still think they're one of the better AAA developers out there by a long shot. Yeah, comparatively. There's a reason why they made billions of dollars in the first week. Yeah, GTA 5 is a great game. To be honest, I don't like that they strung it out for this long, goalie, but... And I really wish they would do something to fix the multiplayer, but... doing something to fix the multiplayer would have been something for 2017 GTA 5, not 2023 GTA 5, you know what I mean? That would have been something to do a long time ago. Now you're too far out of the gates. It's not even worth it. Just fix it in GTA 6, or at least hopefully. Did you ever play Witcher? I've never played The Witcher. I know that The Witcher is amazing. The Witcher, that game is so good, dude. It's not my cup of tea, but it's a damn good game. Very, very well done. They announced the trailer for The Witcher 4. We know nothing, but you know it's being made. Well, that's good. Yeah, we gotta fill this crap in. On the topic of reused assets, there was a slew of companies or complaints about Sony Santa Monica reusing animations for Kratos getting in the boat from God of War 2018 and in Ragnarok. Like, if you want a completely different animation from game to game, it's a boat. The animation works. Chill out. Don't have problems if you're going to reuse assets. It's just, yeah. Those reused assets should be supplementary, right? So, like, another game that does that really well is Gran Turismo. Gran Turismo has a bunch of cars in it. Okay, I can't speak for the newer ones, to be honest. I haven't played them. But I remember playing Gran Turismo 5 on the PlayStation 3, I think. I remember playing it, and I noticed that it had a ton of cars from Gran Turismo 4, and even all the way back to Gran Turismo 3, and they were just ports. And that's fine, but as long as there's supplementary new content, there were also a bunch of new cars that were really super, super high-res, super detailed, super good-looking, right? And that's fine. I don't really have a problem with that. It's supplementary, right? Like you get the old cars and you get the new cars, which is fine. I don't have a problem with that at all. But like I said, take my knowledge about this for what it's worth, because I clearly don't know it too well. We're getting back into roster update territory. I don't mind if game, like personally as a consumer, and this is what I can speak with confidence about because I play video games. I don't mind if companies do that. I think it would be better for a company nowadays to, you know, really invest in the long term. Now, once again, Rockstar is an example of investing in the really, really long term, and I don't think they did that on purpose. But, yeah. Briggsy, what's rockets? I don't understand what that means. What is a rocket? Cornwall is going to have its first launch? No, I don't think I'd know anything about that. I wouldn't know that it's launching from a 747-400 and it's a semi-cryogenic rocket that's making it into orbit. That's strato-launched from the 747. Nah, that thing must have fallen straight from space. Hopefully not literally. Yeah, I got you, man. It's going to be awesome, dude. Yeah. I know you guys are gung-ho about it, dude, which is awesome. I'm happy. I hope this wakes people up over there for doing more spaceflight stuff. And Briggs, don't get me wrong. I'm just messing with you. It's gonna be awesome. I'm trying to. There's so much space stuff happening today. We supposedly have 2 Falcon 9 launches. There's the Virgin Orbit launch from the UK, and Starship is supposedly going to be lifted. I have it on the second screen in the top right for you guys. There's a lot of Falcon Heavy rollout too. Yeah, there's a ton of stuff going on. But I'm here for the duration today, so I made sure that I got a lot of stuff done. SpaceX is doing something on every pad today. It's pretty neat, man. You ask me. Oh, that's good, Geeson. It's a good day when spaceflight makes the news in that regard. Yeah, I think so, Hotel. Yeah, Gully, I figured. Thomas, which one? Oh, yeah, Vandy is a 70% probability violation, so maybe not Vandenberg, but... Filling in the detention pond? No, this isn't a detention pond. This is just swamp wetlands that need to be filled in. I got the road in this area all the way down. Might as well just cap this off. It's not going to take very long. I think Falcon from Vandenberg is going to get swamped. It's currently pouring rain. Cool. Oh, there's a cave. I heard a zombie. Always great content. Happy to have found you on the platform. Thanks, Steam. I appreciate that, man. Thank you. I'm just trying to make my way.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, there's an 8-month resub. Must get all the water filled in before dark. Okay. Lower arms have been moved on S24. Got it. Who you got tonight, TCU or Georgia? TCU. We'll say TCU. Screw it. I don't have a horse in the race, man. I'm voting for the refs. Yeah, I'll go TCU. I think let me put it to you this way. I think TCU is gonna win. Yeah, probably not S. Yeah, walking a little bit fast. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'd walk 1,000 miles just to see you, chat. That's so nice of you. No, I'm not. No, we're not doing any of that. No. You're not breaking into song in here. Oh, but Father, I don't want any of that. I'd rather sing. What's happening with Starship? They're supposedly going to stack Ship 24 onto 7 for some wet dress rehearsal testing, supposedly. They do have the catch arms around S24, so we'll see what happens. Yeah, like I said, I might have to stay up a little bit later tonight, fellas, so we can get those payloads integrated. I really want to start those damn missions. Are both rockets launching from the Cape? No. That's right, Contra. Yep. There's a Falcon 9 teed up at Vandenberg, and there's a Falcon 9 teed up at the Cape, and then there's a Falcon Heavy teed up on 39A at Kennedy Space Center. The Falcon Heavy is actually being put on there tonight. Oh, Mavericks. Thou shalt count to 3, no more, no less, the Holy Hand Grenade of Antioch. You did promise us a launch today. Yeah, real-life rocket launches. Falcon Heavy's rolling up for a static fire. Sounds like they need more pads. I'm willing to bet that at this point, pads are the reason why Falcon 9 can't be turned around any quicker. Literally because you can't launch and integrate at the same time on a pad because there's one TE. That and the recovery fleet, yep. Wet dress rehearsal. Jonas. WDR, from what I understand. Damn pig. Dude. Like, don't get me wrong, they can assemble a stack, but they can't put the stack on the launcher. If they had 2 transporter erectors, you could tee up one and launch it, and then tee up another one right after that. But yeah, I would say that that's probably the bottleneck at this point, if I had to guess. VIB Falcon 9s? That would just look silly. I don't, but see, like, if that's just going into it a little bit more, I think, honestly, that I don't think they're going to build more. I think the Falcon 9 infrastructure is the Falcon 9 infrastructure, and you kind of roll from there. How fast is the transporter erector versus the crawler? Yeah, they go about the same speed. T's probably a little bit quicker, but... Hey, bro, Handy, what's going on at Starbase today? Supposedly we're getting integration here, supposedly. Falcon Heavy, but each booster has its own payload. I don't know if you could fit those types of fairings on there, man. Will SpaceX use the crawler for starships or just use the road that goes next to it? Jax, I would love if they use the crawler way in the VAB. And in fact, I was about to say propose and like came up with, I don't know why proposed was the word that came out of my mouth, but hey, whatever. Dude, I've like had my own kind of theories. I can't prove them. I've had my own kind of fan theories about SpaceX using the VAB. I think they want to use the VAB. I really do. But how? What are you gonna do with the VAB at your disposal? Like, how is that going to fit into Starship's architecture? It doesn't really make a lot of sense with how SpaceX does things. Like, with that being said, I think that SpaceX would love to use the crawler transporters. SpaceX, they would love to. They really like picking up used hardware on the cheap, like 39A and whatnot. Oh, there's a lot of dirt here. A lot of stuff for Phil. I did have a theory. My theory is basically that they're going to build a mobile launcher, like an ML that can fit in the VAB. And I think they're going to have that mobile launcher basically not a launch pad. It's going to be a mobile launcher that can store like 2 or 3 super heavies and 2 or 3 starships on it. And VAB, part of the VAB will literally be a starship hangar. In fact, I was actually kind of half right because I thought that that's actually what ended up happening with SLS. That's what Boeing wants to do with SLS. They want to they want to make the VAB into a basically an SLS core hangar. They want to store SLS cores in the VAB in High Bay 2. So it actually kind of makes sense, you know. But I have no way to prove it. SpaceX could use the other crawler transporter, and they could use an old mobile launcher platform from the shuttle era and just basically get rid of the launch pad part, flatten the dang thing, and use it to move starships and super heavies around. And the VAB would be able to put, you know, the cranes in the VAB would be able to put it all together. And then they could just roll out they could roll out an entire stack all at once. Not stacked on top of each other. I'm just talking like next to each other. At the very least, the VAB would be great for ship booster storage. Exactly. Yeah, it's not every day where you have a 330-foot interior volume for your vertically integrated booster. It's actually not the worst idea. The other idea that I thought would be interesting is SpaceX using catch towers. I still think that when we stopped doing kind of space news for a little while, don't get me wrong, I didn't do space news because it wasn't, you know, good to watch. People love space news. I know you guys like it, which is why I like to talk about space flight when we're working, right? Like while we're playing games. Because you can only make, you know, flattening terrain in Minecraft content so good, but the other theory that I have is that SpaceX is going to use one of the high bays to repair the catch tower. I think that they're going to build a shortened version of Starship's pad that's literally only designed to receive Starships, so basically the crane and the chopsticks. And it's going to only be designed to receive Starships, so like catch Starships, because you don't want to risk 39A. You don't want to risk 39A because of HLS, because a damage to the Starship pad at 39A could potentially jeopardize the timing on the Artemis missions. So I think SpaceX is going to build a catch tower. The real thing is that how and where they're going to build a catch tower is kind of something to ponder. You know, where are they going to build this catch tower? Like, is it going to be built at 39A? I don't think they'd risk it inside of the BDA. So are they going to buy another pad? Build it at landing zone 1, maybe? But you got to think about it, dude. I don't think that SpaceX is going to... I don't think they're going to catch it on the first try. I in fact think it's going to blow up the pad on the first try. That's almost guaranteed. Because nothing like this has ever been tried. If they nail it on the first try, I'd be very, very freaking impressed. But it is going to take some time, right? Like, so you're going to want something that can be easily moved, easily replaced, and basically have a bunch of them so you don't impede Starship development. So basically Starship's not waiting on repairing a damaged pad. So building that out on a, you having catch towers be a mobile launcher where the crawler transporter can pick it up and move it while they're replacing parts, and having multiple catch towers is actually not a bad idea. So that was my other theory, but I don't know if that's true or not. Lift. Starship is up off the ground. There it is. Hey, Dr. J. What's going on? Basically a tower to do exactly what you're seeing on the screen. Respect you? Jackal, respect is earned, not asked for. You heathen. You heathen. What if I was Ryan Reynolds? I don't understand how that changes things. Well, Ryan Reynolds has earned my respect. You have not. That's what I mean about it changing things. I can pretty much confirm that the likelihood of you being Ryan Reynolds is pretty much wrong. So, I mean, to answer your question, I suppose, if you were Ryan Reynolds, I would have respect for you. I'm trying to make an 8K GIF of the Minecraft map time lapse. Okay.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Hey, Enco, 55-month resub. 55 is the 10th Fibonacci number. It's the largest Fibonacci number to also be a triangular number. But how can it be triangular when 5s are curved? Have you seen the new Juno images? I haven't had time, Juno. I haven't had time to see the new Juno images. Juno? Do you know what I'm saying? Virgin Orbit is live takeoff expected 1 minute past the top of the hour. Oh, okay. All right, I suppose we'll switch over to coverage there, and yeah, we'll switch over to coverage in 15-20 minutes, something like that. Hey, Gek, how's everybody doing? Are you watching the UK launch tonight? No, I'm not. Sorry. Yeah, I know. Yeah, word killer. Yeah, that has a lot to do with it. I just despise you as a country. Yeah, you know, some things went down like 250 years ago. Kind of hate you or something like that. I'm not selling it pretty well. I'm not selling it well, am I? No, I'm not selling it. Yeah, of course we're watching it, dude. Duh. But you don't even like tea. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, these guys chose to have the first UK rocket launched off of the first rocket for the UK space program to make orbit to be launched off of a 747. I mean, I can't fault anybody for doing anything with a 747 ever. 747s are amazing. Queen of the skies. So, I mean, can it really be that bad? No, probably not. Blast more Vulcan things. Yeah, Vulcan is ready to be shipped, dude. I showed that tweet on stream, dude. You were here. It's a polar orbit, Geeson. Yeah, it's going south. They're gonna launch. They're going basically south. They're gonna go south of Ireland, and they're gonna launch from there. So they're taking off from Cornwall, from the airport, an airport just outside of Newquay, and they're gonna launch from there. They're gonna fly out south of Ireland and then just turn south and send it. You would really like Eco. I know I would, Mason. Eco is a game that I don't play because I know I'd like it, and it would take up too much of my time. Cornwall, that's all the way out in the country. Open TTD is the same way, Kyron. Let me just finish filling in this patch here, and then I'd say we're good. We made a ton of progress on roads today. I'm actually pretty happy. No, Cornwall's north of Toronto. No, not that Cornwall. When do you plan to play Timberborn again? Oh, I don't know. I know they released a bunch of new content for it. There was a new patch. But yeah, I'm not sure. Oops. No, this is... yeah, grass. The new patch tanked all the old saves. Oof. Have to start from scratch? Yeah, that's not a problem. Alright, dudes. Good progress today. Gotta fill in this sucker, and then I think we're good. We can zone a lot more lots here. You guys are getting all this done. It looks good. Looks good. You like your shirt? It would be a real shame if someone said it looks nice and make you never want to wear it again. My shirt? Starship stacking is in progress? Wait, really? Oh, yeah, so it is. Yeah, dude. Look we got that bus. Yeah, see, the bus depot's good. We got all this stuff filled in here. Started to level out this lot here, and then we'll just keep working this way. Got to finish that highway, though. But I think we should finish... I think we should keep going because, like I said, the lots that are zoned are getting filled up. We should keep going. Keep going here and belt all this area out so we can build more buildings. Save has been going for 2 years now, guys, right? 2 years old, not bad. Pretty damn good construction for 2 years old. Where's your house? My house is this building right here, the top story of Yotel. That's mine. Would it be 3 in February? I don't. Well, we started November of 2020. We started late into the pandemic because I wasn't sure if everybody would want a Minecraft server. So, yeah, we actually surpassed 2 years. It's been 2 years on your server. Damn. That looked like you were annoyed with your comment. Oh no. Oh, homing. No. I'm just being a jerk. I'm just messing with you. I'm sorry if I oversold it. No. I know. I know. I'm not. If I came off like a jerk, I apologize. I was just being a jerk. Yeah. No. We're good, man. Yeah, no, yeah, sorry about that. As I get older, I appreciate drier humor. I'm not sure what that's about, but sorry about that. Yeah, it's just me being weird. It's a Northeast thing, man. Yeah, no, I know. I've seen it over there. It's lifting, but we'll I'll keep that up in the background, and we will get the Virgin Orbit stream up here.